Welcome to the Truth UnCompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom to love, live, and be. We are Truth UnCompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCompromised.
Still an amalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love, the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking Joe went so far. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 yo, hey yo, hey yo. I rule my dominion. I'm part Asian, Indian, Dominican. Back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano loco, man. Yes. Egyptian fits my description. Yes. I'm training hard for the mission. Yes. I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you out, I'm in the ring like. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will. If you're down for one love and one people, let me hear you say, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 hey. One finger in the air, hey yo, hey yo. Somebody wanna yama see me break it down, down. Watch me break it down, down. Watch me break it down. Somebody know that yama see we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is April 14th. We have a great show planned for you. We're actually on part 3 of our series with Brother Odel, The Age of Ascension. So I'm really excited about tonight. So, child, wait a minute. Let me hit record because y'all know the foolishness.
Recording in progress.
I went through last week because we just wanted to hear harmony and understanding. And little song people was like, no, you will not, blocked in the US entirely. Then the video was too long, so I couldn't edit it. But because of my backup, I was able to put it up there. Besides, it's my content. I can't rely on YouTube to store my content. So you content creators, back up your stuff, okay? Especially y'all that's, you got hard-hitting stuff. You've done a lot of research. Back your stuff up, child. Don't be sitting up here trusting nobody else to hold your stuff. Back up your stuff. But that was not YouTube's fault. That was just the record company. It is what it is. So, but anyhow, let's send a shout out to the YouTube chat family. So shout out to son Scotty. Shout out to brother Freeman in the house. Shout out to sis Tanya. Shout out to Nisi Poo. Shout out to Cece, and shout out to Sis Sandra, and shout out to all of the YouTube family that's watching tonight. So before I get into tonight's show, I had a born day on Tuesday, and when I tell you I've received so much love just from everybody in general. But I was working because I just hate that in the week type thing when you have a celebration. Because, child, I be having stuff to do through the week. So I'll just delay it to the weekend. So I'm at work getting my corporate on. And I was literally in a meeting, and it so happened to be a meeting that it was my meeting. So I had to be paying attention. And so my phone was ping, 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 ping. I'm like, what? So thank goodness I wasn't on camera that time. So I looks at my phone, Cashapp blowing up, just blowing up. So shout out to LTC over at Legendary Top Cat. Check out his YouTube channel. Has sent me a shout out, and the BCU family was in the house. They was just bing, bing, bing. I'm like, oh my God. So that was so sweet. Thank you all so much. I really felt the love. It was truly appreciated. So thanks so much, fam. It was appreciated. Thanks, sis Tanya. All right, so I think I hit record, didn't I? Yeah, I did. All right, fam. So we got a lot of stuff to cover tonight. Brother Odel gonna roll through when he rolled through. He did confirm he's coming through. So let me bring on my co-host. I know Nisi Poo and son Scotty got some things they want to bring. And I have 2 things I want to discuss. And y'all know how we get down. Brother Odel, when he pop up, more than likely he gonna throw something on. I know at least one of these topics. And then we'll get into the main topic, which is about the Age of Ascension. And we are going at it from the perspective of... we're going at it from several perspectives. He went and showed you what this entire system is built on from a commerce business perspective, as well as the spiritual connection to the commerce and business perspective. So I highly recommend you go back to the first couple of episodes. Um, I didn't even realize how far back the commerce went. Goes back pretty far. So that's was the first part of it. Now we're in the second part of it when we're literally talking about the metaphysics or the science behind how the realm is being controlled. So last week we went over astrology, okay? And child, it was just so much. You'll have to check it out. He brought in about there really being 13 astrology signs, and then he listed out what everybody's zodiac sign really falls under. And with me just having a born day, but I had knew that technically I'm really a Pisces, but whatever, not an Aries, but a Pisces. And then he also talked about the Libra, that Libra sign. So if you didn't listen to it last week, go back and check it out. Of course, it was another long one, so it might take you a whole week to get through it. So shout out to Brother Odel. I'm really enjoying this series, and for him to share his work with us from years worth of research. All right, so we are going. Technically, you're a Libra, child. Yeah, because when I saw that technically I was a Pisces, I'm like, okay. And then learning the new information that we learned about what that astrology clock really is and how it's the different ages, it's just all a trip. So definitely check it out, fam. So let me bring on my co-host. Let me bring on Sis Sandra. And then we'll bring on Brother Sean. I think that's Sis. I think you're unmuted. Uh-oh. There you are. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love to you, Sis Brenda, and happy belated birthday to you.
Oh, thank you, sis. Thank you, beloved. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I never tell anybody my birthday. But I'm doing
It was Nisi Poo kept harassing me. Because I think one time I'm like, yeah, I'm an Aries too. And her ass gonna sit up and remember that. And she kept asking, and then shout out to Teresa at BCU, such a sweetheart. She's like, yeah, I need to know your birthday, Rhonda. You're part of the BCU fam. So I'm like, all right, it's blah, 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 blah date. I didn't think she was going to remember that shit.
I can stay in a place forever and they never know my birthday. I just, like me staying at a place, a worship or something like that, like a synagogue, a church or something. Mm-hmm. And I never tell them anything. Never. And they never asked either, so I'm good.
Yeah, it's like, oh. So that was so sweet. And for those of you, check out BCU. I'm gonna throw the link in the chat and I'll pin it up top. They do genealogy over there, and they do a lot of other things as well. But they do have a genealogy class. I think they're also starting other classes as well. But the genealogy piece, they are doing it for free, and it's a group of them, and they take it pretty serious. And I don't get to see everything because of my schedule, but the things that I do see with people talking about linking up, finding different jewels in their heritage. So it's definitely a good place to sync up, especially if you are diving deep into your heritage. If you don't know where to start, that is a very good group of people. Okay. So shout out to the BCU team. So I will drop that link in the description. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Shout out to Scotty Saturn's dad. Happy B-Day to him as well.
Oh, hey! I didn't even see. Where did he say it?
Yeah, he pointed his dad's.
Oh, two days before your dad. All right, shout out. Yeah, it's a lot of Now I'm starting to know a lot of Aries.
Yeah, I do too.
Well, really, we Pisces, but you know.
Yeah, I know quite a few of my family, so.
Yeah, I know we're a hot mess. I know, but it's interesting because it's two signs that are just, I shouldn't say that because I don't want to hurt the other astrology people's feelings. That I always see in leadership positions. It's those of that Aries sign and the Leos.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And the Leos, and I know a lot of Leos, and I'll be getting into it with them, but we're really cool because they have those same traits, but except Leos are arrogant as fuck. Oh my God, y'all irritate me. Now, I'm not saying that's all Leos. I'm just saying it's the Leos I know. So that's why when y'all birthdays come around, it's always y'all astrology wheel part come around. There's always a meme. Here come them thirsty ass Leos because they finna brag. That's just the Leo's personality. But so it's just interesting. It's just interesting to see people's different personalities and how some of those traits line up, and now it makes sense to me if you tie it back to the different ages and you tie it back to the astrology wheel, because that's just certain energy. Now, am I saying all Aries are leaders? No, because I met some dumbass Aries and I'd be like, grown with you round this, but I'm just saying, just the ones that I've come in contact with, they're usually leaders. They off the chain, literally off the chain. But I've mellowed out a lot, and I know y'all like, you mellowed out? Yeah, I mellowed out a lot because I do some things. I'm like, you know what? It ain't even worth me cussing you the fuck on out. I'm gonna sit this one on out. You full of shit. I'm just gonna cut you off. But back in the day, baby, I didn't give a damn. I'm quiet in settings and I'm chill. But if you come at me wrong, shit, I will cut your throat. Now I weigh out whether or not I want to cut your throat, or if I'm like, yeah, okay, well, whatever. So it's interesting. It's very, very interesting. Okay, so let me bring on the rest of the co-hosts. I'm trying to do two things at once and child getting sidetracked. Let me bring on Brother Sean, and then I'll bring on son Scotty. Peace and love, Brother Sean.
Wholeness and power. How y'all doing?
Peace and love, brother.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good to hear your voice.
Likewise. Always.
All right. Okay, let me bring on son Scotty. Okay. Peace and love.
Peace and love. Happy birthday. Hey.
Thank you, beloved. Hey. I forgot your astrology. What's yours, son Scotty?
Yeah, so I'm a Capricorn.
Oh,
that's why I have the Saturn in my name, for people to be like, oh, why? He's Satan and all this. Like, no, when I made the name, I was like, oh,
business. You should say that is I. Baby, that's what you should say. That is I. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was like, no, but apparently with the 13th Ophiuchus in there, I'm a Sagittarius and not a Capricorn.
Nah, you don't give me Sag vibes. And so
Yeah,
you don't give me Sag
I don't think
vibes.
so either. So like,
because Sagittarians can be wishy-washy. So,
and that's the thing. I dealt with some Sagittarius, and I'm like, oh, so was it trying to tell me like, oh, you got some Sagittarius energy in you, but you know, like, because I don't really feel like I'm wishy-washy like that. I feel like I really do give the Capricorn vibe. So.
You do. So that means the associated energies that they've tied. I mean, we know what it is. You got to take this stuff with a grain of salt at the end of the day, but it just seems like that a lot of these folks' personality lines up with these signs. I'm just saying. So peace and love, Dream Crusher. Good to see you. Okay, what was I finna to say? All right, y'all. So I pinned BCU at the top of the chat for those of you that are interested in the genealogy. It's free, and they have a lot of other stuff going on over there. I forgot when they said they're going to start classes, history classes. I mean, real history, not this bull crap. So go ahead on and check them out. They have a lot of other stuff going on over there. So shout out to the BCU gang. Great group of people. I still call you Clout says you're giving Virgo vibes, son Scotty.
Yeah, you know, I am a Virgo rising, so like I do be having that energy too. A lot of earth sign going on over here.
Yeah. Okay.
Type personality, but then you know I got some Pisces in there. I'm kind of close to Aquarius on the cusp a little bit, so it kind of balances it out with stop being so OCD and trying to be like, just so, yeah.
I got you. I totally got you. What is she? Okay, let me. So you want me to send it to you? Okay, I'm trying to do 4-5 things at one time. So while I'm trying to do this, we'll start with Sis Sandra. You have any go head on with the fuckery?
Well, you know, I was reading currently, and Abbott in Texas, he cracked me up.
He off the chain, y'all. He stay off the chain.
They mad at him.
What he done now? He stays off the chain.
He done shipped a bus load, and on the second bus load is shipping the aliens, those crossing the border folks, to DC. He said he gonna ship them to DC, and he's done it.
Wait a minute. Wait. So you're saying the immigrants that's coming in? I don't even know why y'all. If you're coming to the United States illegally, just skip on past Texas, sis and bruh. I'm telling you, motherfucking skip past Texas, because they don't play that there. So you telling me he done bust loaded people up?
He got another one going too. He's about loading up another. You know, the Article 42, I think, is going to open up our borders for anybody. And so they're taking action and shipping all them folks up there. So I said, and you know, they're mad. Even his agricultural dude is mad.
Because they need workers. I know that's what they say.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
They saying they need workers. Shit, Abbott don't give a damn about none of that.
You know, the thing is this. I heard from Levine on Fox, I think it is, that Biden believes that they are the originals to this land and they need to come back. And he's teaching
Wait a
critical race.
minute.
Huh?
The one with the crackhead son biting. He said what now?
No, Levine. Levine.
Who the hell
Levine.
is that?
Chris
He's out.
Levine.
Huh?
Levine.
Levine? Oh,
Yeah.
Who
Levine.
the hell is that though?
He on Fox News.
Oh, okay. Well,
Fox.
child, that's why I don't give a damn what he think. But keep going, sis.
Well, he believes. No. Biden believes that. He said that Biden believes. Levine says Biden believes that the Mexicans are the original or indigenous to this land, and they're opening up the borders to them. He also believes in the critical race theory that he's propagating, and so that's why he didn't open up the borders and giving it back to those people. He thinks is the indigenous people to this land. That's what he said Biden is doing it for. And so he's pushing the critical race theory and all that kind of stuff. But Biden, he knows what he wants to know about it, but he doesn't know what, there's books on, like Butler tells you who's the original to the land. And that the King Mexi, which is a melanated man, was the Mexicans. That's where the name comes from. And so, but Biden is giving it to the illegals.
Let me tell you something. Biden's a goddamn lie. He's a goddamn lie. He knows exactly whom is who.
I know. They all do, really.
Exactly. So ain't no need him trying to justify him letting people across the quote border illegally. And them Republicans, they ain't having it. And Texas always been a Republican state. They just they're not fucking having it. That's just the bottom line. They're not having it. So they can go on with that. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Don't you see through that? They doing everything but talking about us.
Exactly.
Right.
And considering that ain't Biden, that's somebody pretending to be him. That shows you that they're shifting the narrative. That shows you that they're listening to our calls and shit. And they trying to shift shit real quick or keep us busy arguing with these quote unquote Native American motherfuckers.
Yep.
The thing is,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
let them. Let's pull this shit all the way out where, hey, DNA testing, period. Right. That means we got to dig shit up.
You know they don't want to do that.
No, ain't no way around it. If this is a reset and y'all return this shit back and y'all say that the indigenous people are the only people that can heal mama, because y'all know y'all fucked up.
It up. Right.
So y'all putting it out there. It's either we stand up and be who we are, or they gonna bring them motherfuckers in and shit gonna stay fucked up because they can't heal mama.
Exactly.
It's gonna get worse.
Exactly.
It's gonna get worse if they bring them in, and they know it.
Yeah, but we let them.
Exactly. And see, and I agree, Brother Sean, they only talking this bullshit because we started, well, I guess it gained traction that the indigenous people like, wait a minute, no, that's who I am, and I can prove that's who I am, because again, I was kind of blown back that even the ADOS, and shout out to LTC, Legendary Top Cat, that ADOS, now them and FBA, all of them out of Africa people, I think FBA is now just, they're Black American, Okay, whatever that definition means to them, that's their business. It don't apply to me, not my business, not my problem. But now they're talking about heritage. And ADOS was the group that, quote, quote, brought to the forefront the conversation of reparations. Now, I'm going to tell you something. Had it not been, although it's just a small group of us saying, well, that's your heritage. That don't have shit to do with me. Here's my heritage. Here's what I can prove. Just a small little group, because it's still not a big group of us. It literally changed the game. Because they was trying to slide that shit through. Trust and believe. They was trying to slide it through. And we like, if y'all slide that through, you going to be sliding it through on your motherfucking behalf. Because I'm not signing off on a damn thing. I know who I am. And what you sitting up here talking about, you offering, ain't nobody going for that.
Right.
So I'm with Brother Sean. They're not nickel-ass slick. I know exactly what they're doing when they want to lay all of these labels on everybody else but who the fuck they supposed to lay them on.
Right.
So it is what it is.
Exactly. And so he was talking about that. And so when Albert did his stuff, they got really upset with him about it. But the truth of the matter is, they know who we are. I go to Zumba, and the instructor didn't feel well. He had sinus problems or something. So he was calling different one of us to do the dances. Mm-hmm. And guess which one I got a chance to do?
It must have been the indigenous Indian one.
Yes.
Of course.
Hey.
Of course.
First I said, that's African. No, I said, no, that's it. Yes. I didn't even tell him. He's a Filipino. And that's why I'm saying.
He already knew.
He already knows. And I said, why you do that? He said, because I know you can do it.
Mm-hmm. Wink, wink, wink. Wink, wink, wink. Right. Right. So, yeah, I don't give a damn what Biden say, the old one, the new one. I give less than a damn about what he talking about. We already know what's going on, and we know they know what's going on. So they can play fucking crazy all they want to. I'm not signing off on any of that shit.
Right.
I'm not doing it.
No, I wouldn't either. I tell them straight out, that's not me. I start changing my records too.
Shit.
Yeah. And they're not surprised. They're not surprised at all when I tell them who I am on my medical record. But another thing is that $800 million is going to Ukraine.
Yeah, I saw that shit.
And I'm thinking, how much they gonna get? Because actually, it's just another laundering issue where they try to get all.
They've been running big paper through there for a minute.
Yeah, and Ukraine was a part of the impeachment stuff. They was main focus and
I forgot about that.
I know everybody has, but they're the ones that said that Russia was the one that was giving this disinformation, and he did this quid pro quo to Ukraine when it was Biden who did it. When he
because when his crackhead son doing business over there.
Yeah, and when he was VP, his son was doing business, and they had I think it was $50 million military thing for Ukraine, and Biden told them on camera.
Oh, that was $8 billion.
$8 billion with the B.
No, with a billion.
See, they be bullshitting, and I can't even get a motherfucking catfish sandwich.
And he told him they weren't gonna get that money. That's the money you're talking about. He wasn't going to get that money unless they fired the prosecutor that was after his son. And his son was over there doing their business with Burisma. That's when he was vice president. So he's like the pot calling the kettle black.
They be using them little packages. So, because I heard it was 800 million.
Yeah, this one was 800 million.
Yeah,
but
the one that they just 50. Approved. They ain't doing nothing but paying people off and kicking it with that money.
Yeah, but the one I'm talking about was with Obama when he was vice president.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was $8 billion.
With a B.
Yeah, with a B.
Wow. Now I can't get a motherfucking catfish dinner, let alone a sandwich.
We can't even go out the door.
Hell no.
Because of lockdown.
No stamps, no Section 8, Dection 8, not a goddamn thing. But they got 8 billion?
Yeah, well, he was saying they're not going to get it unless they let his son off, fired that prosecutor that was going after his son. That's what Biden did. And he said he did it because they got him on tape saying it.
They're going after Burisma.
Going after Burisma. Mm-hmm. And now he gonna come up with 800 million, and I'm seeing him grin like a Chester cat. I said, I wonder how much is going in his pocket.
Oh, that's going to Putin.
Yeah, probably so.
He running things over there in the Ukraine. He just shut all that stuff down.
They try to say he's not, but I know he did it.
No, but the thing is, don't people realize by now that if Putin was out to just nuke Ukraine or to just wipe it off the map, it would be gone already?
Well, they're putting a message out that he's planning on getting revenge on the United States. And Biden is...
He ain't think he done what he was supposed to do over there. He played out his part in the script. Now the next thing gonna be China and Taiwan, because they keep talking about that.
Yeah,
and China been threatening to go in Taiwan for a few years now.
Yep.
Just like Russia and Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
That's the next thing they gotta play out. They give you the script.
Yep,
it's in all the movie, everything. I mean, these arch nemesis that's been going at it forever.
And they do have that laptop computer. The FBI have it. The Senate has it.
Everybody done saw the computer. Everybody got this.
Free as a bird.
They doing the investigations. That's part of what's happening over in Ukraine. All the information is on the laptop. So they can just go pick everybody up.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I mean, the movie got to come to an end at some time before they can trick you into going off into the sequel.
Right, because like we said, didn't we say this shit is like the stories?
Exactly.
You ain't watched that shit in 10 years. But I bet you if I pull up what's the face in them Victor's old ass still on there, wrinkled the fuck up in some dramatization, you could pick back up on it just like that. I think they took all my children off. Erica Kane's old ass be on her 109th husband if the shit was still on air. She didn't remarry 4-5 motherfuckers about 10 times. So it's the same
10
thing.
times it came back.
Yeah, died. And what was the one? I used to watch the stories with my grandmother. The one, y'all that had the motherfucking aliens come through. I think that was One Life to Live. Child somebody and somebody's evil twin. It's the same shit. It's a soap opera. It's a soap opera. And I just be like, yeah, okay, whatever. This stuff is planned out. That's just the bottom line.
Because if you go by the reset, they talk like everybody allegedly is supposedly supposed to get broke off. Anything you put off into the income tax supposed to be put back into your account.
Right,
this,
right.
that, or the other. And that's the talk that motherfuckers is confusing with reparations. Basically, what they talking about doing is compensating motherfuckers for this bullshit we just went through, this crimes against humanity and all this type of shit. And that's supposed to sweep the real issue about who the guardian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The whole talk about us up under the rug, because up under that new shit in the Sarah with the Galactic Federation of Light, we are all one.
Right.
We are all one. We're sharing equally. Everyone's debt is being erased. If you want your debt to be erased and forgiven, you have to forgive everybody else. Yeah, they running
as they keep misusing resources.
Mm-hmm. And
fucking
still
over the planet and everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, what part of we don't consent don't you enter and overstand? Because in the first place, it shouldn't be no goddamn debt. Because you don't own anything for me to have a debt.
That part.
Yeah, you didn't. It wasn't full disclosure.
So we're not some of the ancestors that's gonna sit back and smoke weed and drink Henny with you and let that shit pass. When we told you and we're telling you we do not consent, that's what we mean. And you already know what time it is if you go against that consent.
Speaking of the time and the ages changing, did you know that the Piscean age is gone, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just happened to look at Ezekiel in the script.
Uh-huh.
And do you know they have a chart of the gods of old? And Marduk's name is on there.
You lying, girl. Which Bible? Which Bible you looking at? Sis, is it the 1611 one?
Huh?
Is it the six? What version is that?
I think it's the Open Bible. Let me look at it for you here. It's the Open Bible. I was just thumbing through it last night, and I looked at that chart and said, Marduk? I mean, so. Basically, since this is the Open Bible, it's a New King James Version. And it's Archaeological Bible. And they have Talmuds, okay? You know, Talmuds is Jesus, right?
Yeah. That's the unholy trinity. Talmuds and Samaras.
And you know Talmuds is Jesus, and that's Babylonian, right?
Yeah.
So
read this. You got the scripture, sis. Well, child, let me pull this up, child.
It's chapter 8.
Wait, let me pull up this.
And the Bible has pagan gods of Bible times, and they start listing in this book on a chart these
said Ezekiel. Oh shit, I forgot. I put some automatic stuff on here and I hit the E for explosion. All right.
I'll say it. Let me see. Let me turn my light on so I can read it better.
Okay. Oh, so yeah, because it's talking about idolatry in the temple.
Yes.
Child.
Yes, pagan gods.
Ezekiel.
And you know, this is related to also Jabu 7, when the wheel in the middle of the wheel, where he saw it and NASA tried to block it a couple of years ago. and that it's supposed to cleanse the planet. So this is the age of the Piscean age going away, and the Aquarius coming in. And Marduk is Merodach. That's the pagan god.
I don't see murder. Where you see that? What verse is that in? I see
it's listed in Jeremiah 52.
Oh, I gotta go to Jeremiah, not
Ezekiel. But Ezekiel has the chart.
Oh, I'm gonna have to get a regular Bible then.
I don't know.
I'm online. I'm online, and it's not showing no chart.
It probably won't. Let me see what Jeremiah says. I almost.
Yeah, what is it? I got a physical Bible.
I almost fell out when I saw that.
Wait a minute. Let me hold on, y'all.
And I know I read this many times. So basically, what it's saying is this is the age of Pisces.
Let me get this 18. Damn it. Hold on. Let me go to my bookshelf. Go ahead. Go ahead, sis. I'm finna pull the 1611 one. Hold on.
I don't know if they have it that sophisticated in 1611. Let's see.
What was the chapter and the verse or whatever?
Jeremiah 52. 50 verse 2. And it says, declare among the nations, proclaim and set up a standard. Proclaim, do not conceal it. Say, Babylon is taken. Baal is shamed. Merodach, which is Marduk, is broken in pieces. Her idols are humiliated. Her images are broken in pieces. So this is the Pisces people, all these gods of the ancient days of Old Testament. And I said, they're telling you who they about to take out of here. Because Babylon is the Catholic Church, which Nimrod and Tammuz, and they got Tammuz in here too, and Hermes and Zeus and Castor and Polak, I don't know who that is. Rimmon, Nimbu, Molech, Dagon, Shuan, Shemosh, and Bel and Astra. So these gods are listed here.
All right. So, child, I done got the big book out. This, the one that King James Stewart authored.
You know what? I can take a picture. I can take a picture of it and fax it to you. And text it to you right now.
Okay, because I'm like, let me see if it's up in here. So now you say what now? Is it Ezekiel 8 they got the picture or Jeremiah?
They have it in 8. Ezekiel 8.
Ezekiel 8. Child, it's a shame. I don't know. What the hell is Ezekiel after?
Ezekiel is after, let me see.
Lamentations.
It's after Jeremiah.
Oh, after Jeremiah. See, y'all
Lamentations.
I don't be...
Lamentations. Yeah, he's right. Lamentations.
Child, I stayed not learning this shit.
I'm going to send you a picture of it.
All right.
Trying to get a good picture for you.
Okay, and then I'll hold it up for the fam. Shit, I don't know where the hell. But you know what? This one don't have no picture in it. No pictures. It might be in the back. No, there ain't no need me looking no way because I don't see no pictures in this one.
Here it is.
Okay.
I hope I got enough of it. I have it on my lap.
Here, but
I could put it on the
bed. Pictures. Yeah, well, it wasn't in this.
No, this is a special book. Special kind of Bible. It's called an architectural Bible, who tells you the age and the time that these people were around and they were being.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. So, but I was just turning to Psalms. And then I said, let me look at Ezekiel, because, Ezekiel is happening now. Because one of the things that Ezekiel talks about is killing Tammuz worshippers.
Shoal in the hell do, sus. They shoal in the hell do. Child, wait a minute. I'm trying to get myself together.
And he's talking about killing them all.
Child, all right, child.
Yeah,
because it says, oh, you got all right, I don't appreciate 1611 not having it in here. Because it talks about it has the pagan gods on one side. Child. So it talks about Ashtaroth is Baal's wife.
Yeah. And female counterpart.
Yep, the female counterpart. So, it's got Moloch in here. It's the Ammonite god, child. And so it has, child, see? Y'all was talking all that shit when we was fucking going over them Sumerian texts. And I told y'all that the Sumerian text predates this Bible. That the Bible shit came from the Sumerian text. I fucking told y'all. And here, you gonna sit up here and tell me that they literally have Marduk in this motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yep.
But we don't know what we talking about. Literally, it has Moloch's ass in here.
Yeah.
Yep, it has. He had seen the
gods of war, demons of hell, but they in your Bible though.
Exactly. Yeah, so they're saying Merodach is chief Babylonian god connected with war, also known as Marduk.
Right.
But we didn't know what the fuck we was talking about. When I told you all, prove to me that Bible is the authority when I knew that it came from the Sumerian text. And here it's saying it out of your own documentation. I'm sorry, go ahead on, Brother Sean.
And who bloodline is that though?
Child, ain't none of my motherfucking business.
They're sun worshippers. And you said the sun was not here?
Well, we should know what the sun is now.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. So for those of you that want to sit up here and talk shit, you said this, they were giving this breakdown on Ezekiel 8, right, sis?
Right. 8:16 or 8:17 is the page on the other side. Yeah.
I mean, got all these damn Anunnakis up in here.
They do.
They talk about that on them Christian Patriot channels.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, they all out there. Yeah, they.
So they're acknowledging the Anunnaki folks.
Yeah.
But the problem is, like I said, Ezekiel says all of them will be killed. He's given the charge to the angels to destroy them all. All the worshipers of Tammuz. Tammuz is Babylonian. Just like Marduk is Babylonian. So therefore, that's them Jesus folks. That's the age that's being taken out.
Yeah, they need to round up all them followers. So
right, and get the hell on.
I saw that and I
sacrifice is the energy they need to open up these portals, because we know Mars is not like a real place.
I always choke.
Right.
Energy of war, and they're using these followers as the energy to do this, to create the artificial Merkaba to open these portals.
Child. So nephew knew I just put up here 2 Kings 20, yep, chapter 20, verse 12. Envoys from Babylon at the time. Who's that?
Marduk.
Who?
Let me see.
Marduk, the Anunnaki.
That's what it says.
Baladan, son of Baladan, king of Babylon, sent Hezekiah letters and a gift because he had heard of Hezekiah's illness. Blink, 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 blink.
Isn't that something?
But we didn't know what we was talking about. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
That book is talking about shit that it's already happened.
Oh yeah, that for sure basically happened.
So all that as far as for who about to be killed off.
Yeah, because they stayed windmilling and fighting each other
all the time.
Absolutely,
all the time.
So
this is
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Keep replaying it over for the motherfuckers. This is a script that they keep replaying over for the motherfuckers. You know, that don't know, they get into it. Oh, it is prophecy. It is happening. Like, no, these motherfuckers is just giving you a rerun. It's just in syndication. They just put the shit on there.
Exactly. Every time that
it's in syndication, and they look for the populace to hold on to what they've quote left for them to replay that shit.
Yeah.
So they can tap into the frequency and the energy that they want you to tap in to control the planet. That's why, do y'all understand why I said the Bible is a book of colonization? I knew what the fuck I was talking about. It only took me reading that Sumerian text a little bit to say, oh shit. But we didn't know what we was talking about. And you minks to tell me that they list the Sumerian gods up in your Bible.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, this was their text in their little ME bags. Remember when they had all the little rules for colonization? These words, like Brother Odel talked about the ecclesiastical curses, this is the soul harvesting technology. This is technology.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Absolutely. 1000% agree. Yes, sir.
Didn't the Pope shut shit down, though?
Say that
allegedly.
Again.
Didn't the Pope shut shit down? Allegedly and supposedly.
Yep, allegedly and supposedly, yes.
So why do people keep giving that institution life if he didn't already cop the fuck out?
Yeah. Because didn't he say he wasn't going to back any of them that was suppressing people? You not getting any backing.
Oh, check out the 2 popes on Netflix.
I'm trying to get into is that the one with Jude Law or no?
No, this one has Anthony Hopkins in it.
Oh, okay. The Jude Law one, I think it's on Showtime or something like that. Okay, I'll check it out.
I mean, they tell a whole bunch of shit in there because that's the transition from the Pope Benedict, the German Pope, to the other Pope when all the shit started coming out.
Oh, yeah, Benedict stepped down.
Yeah, so if they putting that type of shit out, you know the gig is up, because usually, you know, the Catholic Church wouldn't allow nothing like that.
Absolutely.
It's over.
Absolutely. Yep. Shout out to I'm Born Here. It's about their family line, not ours.
Right.
And I've been saying that, been windmilling, folks. Don't put me in that mess. That's not my bloodline. Okay? Because I ain't found nowhere yet in my people's records that they was with the fuck shit, with holding those slaves, taking people's shit, none of that. So absolutely, that's why it's important for you to know who you are, because you can fuck around here if you want to and align yourself with these different bloodlines. Get ready to suffer the consequences.
You know, Freeman wants to see that chart. I guess they want to see it. You think it's good enough for them to see it on there?
I doubt it.
Or should I take another picture?
What link?
Oh, you know what? Let me try to email it to myself. Yeah, hold on, fam. I'm going to email it to myself. In the meantime, while I'm trying to get this together, let me bring Brother Odel's in the house, but Nisi Poo's here, nephew Nuwa. So let me bring in Nisi Poo. Let her get on and say hey to the fam. So Nisi Poo, you are muted.
Hey, peace and love, everybody.
Peace and love,
Nisi Poo. How are you?
I am excited about the read. Thanks to Uncle Sean for the share. I can't wait to get into it. It's dope. And just enjoying outside. We outside at the park. I just came over to the car so I can be in a quiet space. But yeah, we outside.
It's nice out.
It's nice, but the crazy thing is it was snowing, literally snowing. I think it was Monday.
What? In Nevada?
Yes, it was snowing. And the crazy thing is it was like 70, 80 degrees. And then the very next day, it was snowing. I was like, what the hell? They playing with the weather.
Yeah, we've been getting that our way. What, Sean? It's like one day. That's why I'm sitting up here in a sweatshirt now. I'm literally chilly. I shouldn't be, but we've been getting it.
Exactly. 90s and now it's kind of cold. It's chilly. Yeah.
Child, I don't know. I got all types of clothes. I ain't put away no sweatshirts. None of that. I don't know what the hell the weather gonna be like.
Yeah, so that's my get on with the fuckery. Harp and all them homeboys that play that position with Harp, they need to stop, because this is getting to be ridiculous. Like, and then I'm sitting there, I had my window down because I was at the drive-thru with the children, and I'm like, this snow is getting on my arm, and I don't even think this is real snow. So then I started panicking, like, what's going into my skin
right now?
Y'all
don't even have winter coats, right?
We have coats because it does get cold up in the mountains. We live in the valley, so whenever we do, go up into the mountains, we wear our coats. Right. And we live in a high elevation. It's just like we might get snow maybe 2 or 3 times out of the year, and it's not even a significant amount. It's melted by noon. But up in the mountains, you'll see the snow-capped mountains into July. It doesn't melt completely until August. Yeah. And so we like to actually see the snow up in the mountains, because that water comes off the mountains into the river. And so if we don't get a significant amount of snow, our crops actually don't do well. So we like the snow up there.
Yeah. And it's interesting. An indigenous American, Leo, says they are stop crop season. Yeah, it's interesting. Cause shout out to Sis Divinity. Her and I be like on it with our gardening stuff. We'd be like, okay, what seeds you're starting in the house. The weather been so crazy. I haven't even started no seeds this year. And I'm really gonna scale back my garden. I can't put my maters out. Any of those, my zucchini, any of those veggies, that the ground has to be a constant temperature. It has to be above about 65 degrees. I can't put any of that out. Now I could put some, spinach and all of that, cabbage and all of that coldness. But yeah, we've both been talking about that. And I checked my little gardening place, and I saw online that people were asking, well, did the veggie plants come in yet? And they said, no, we haven't had them come in because it's been too cold.
Well, we got ours in out here, But my little brother is so adamant. He's like, we not doing that. We starting our stuff from seed. So all of our window sills in the house is just filthy dirty. We got all the plants that we don't
start. That's what you should do. Because I'd say 95% of my stuff started from seed. I just didn't do it this year with my maters. But stuff like zucchini and a couple of my other veggies, I can direct plant. So that's when you say you don't start them indoors. You just literally take the seed, go out and put it in the dirt. So most of the stuff I know I could just go out there and put it in the dirt. The only exception that takes longer are the tomatoes. That's the only exception. And I didn't start any plants in, so I'll go bite the bullet and just go buy me, or because I'm not going to plant that much anyway this year, because I got plenty of stuff. But it ran across our mind that, so you finna sit up here and shorten the growing season. Okay.
Well, I heard there's a lot of crops that have been destroyed already because of the high winds. And then I know you watch Brother, what's that dude? Adapt 2030. He was talking about how they rationing, which I meant to go to Walgreens and go check and see. They rationing out baby food, baby formula, because a lot of the baby formula is made from wheat. And because of the wheat production, which a lot of it comes out of Ukraine and Russia, right? We have a shortage of wheat, which is going to affect the baby formula. So they're saying that they can only get 3 cans of baby formula at a time.
Let me tell y'all something, mothers. My grandmother and them, as a baby, my mom didn't have baby food.
They mashed their food.
Hell no, you finna get these unseasoned veggies. Mash it up, and she had a blender, blend that shit up, and that's what you finna eat. So don't let them think that you gotta depend on them. As a matter of fact, that's better for your baby.
Exactly.
Than what they're putting in them jars. So, child, don't be sitting up there letting them threaten you over some limits on some food. You go directly old school on their ass and blend that baby's food up and keep it pushing.
And nurse your baby. Nurse your
baby. Absolutely.
Yeah, you should never get hooked on commercial stuff. You know, I was listening to Dr. Berg. He's a DC. And he said the reason why we all getting fat is because they're putting preservatives in the food.
Oh, you listen to Dr. Berg? Yeah, he the man.
He's a man.
He is the man. I've learned a lot from him. And we shouldn't be fucking with that wheat like that anyway.
Yeah, because it's, when they enrich it, they put little metal shards in it. They put metal filings to make that iron enrichment stuff. So you're putting, and see when people have leaky guts and stuff, it's probably from eating a lot of wheat or gluten intolerance because they gluten.
And it does make a difference. I cut back severely on weed and that sugar and shit, and give it a try. The withdrawals that you go through.
Try to find anything you can eat.
The headaches, because it's basically just going to be vegetables. If you're a heavy meat eater, meat. But I'm telling you, the amount of sugar, when you start paying attention on the amount of sugar that's in shit.
Yeah.
It's amazing. That and that damn wheat. It does make a difference, and your body is going to fucking withdraw. It's almost like you have the flu.
Yeah, he said that they started putting additives in food in the 1950s, and that's when our weight shot up. He said because the liver does not recognize these preservatives they put in these food, and since it doesn't recognize it, it stores it as fat. and people get fatter and fatter and fatter, even if you're not even eating anything.
Because he said you become insulin resistant.
Insulin resistant, exactly.
Yep. And again, you try cutting out sugar, drastically reducing your sugar, your gluten, that wheat, and I am telling you,
it's a change.
Your body's gonna.
She's back.
Child, you know they can kiss my damn. Child, they can kiss my damn grits. Literally.
And cornbread.
Literally.
They just cut you off.
Yeah. The internet literally just dropped. I'm sorry, y'all. Shit. They could still.
I'm born here says thunderstorms are hitting in Virginia and live stream is gone. Okay. So we're back up. Hey, Auntie Rhonda. Hey.
Yeah, girl. But it ain't storming over here by me. And in my defense, literally, Brother Odel was having problems coming back on, getting on. I said, okay, brother, try it again. Soon as I let him in, whoosh. So, child, they can kiss my grits. I ain't trying to hear this foolishness they talking about. All right, so let me see who's where.
And it's still recording? Did it say recording?
Yeah, it went back to recording. All right, Brother Odel, child, let's try this again. Always starting. So now we were saying what now? About the baby food. Mothers, just be prepared, baby. Do old school like grandma and them did. And just make your baby's food yourself. Don't be sitting up here relying on them to feed your baby. And now they have to talk about some wheat shortage. Because to be honest, not that it matters, but to me it seems like that's a little early to be putting that baby on wheat.
Well, the formula is filled with it. The first ingredient, if I'm not mistaken, is corn syrup.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, there's over 50 something ingredients in baby formula. I nursed my last two exclusively, and I was on that baby formula kick, like trying to get people to stop giving it to their babies. It has so much corn syrup in it, it's ridiculous.
Well, what type of nutrients is that if out the gate you got corn syrup and then wheat?
Yeah, it's a scientific formula. That's why they call it formula. It's created in the lab.
I wouldn't trust it.
Yeah, I'm not doing it.
Socio-biological engineering.
Yes, and it was created for women during the women's movement for them to who wanted to go to work. So they created it.
Margaret Sanger and all them.
Yeah,
and the Planned Parenthood and them type folk. That don't give a fuck about your babies, actually.
Wow.
So we gonna digress off of that. Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Auntie.
I was just gonna say that would make a lot of sense too. Why a lot of these babies have so many allergies too.
Mm-hmm.
And specifically food allergies. So yeah, young mothers, don't let them get you with that okie doke, honey. You could go old school and make them that baby's food yourself. Just don't be throwing that seasoning and stuff up in there. Make their little stuff separately. Boil their little stuff. Blend it on up and let that be that. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nisi Pooh.
Yeah, so me and Scotty, before I get to me and Scotty, Brother Back for What's Mine, he's in the chat. He sent some fire. I was following him on Instagram, and he played like a 2-minute video of him inside of the 40 acres in a mule church. Does that ring a bell? In Savannah, Georgia?
Yeah, I was trying to look at it before we jumped on the air. and I didn't get a chance to.
Well, it's a 2-minute video. I can share screen and play it if you like, or we can jump in. It's, you know, because I know it's last minute, we can save it for next week, and me and Scotty can jump into the read that Brother Sean shared.
Yeah, so let me bring on Nephew Nuwa and Brother Odel.
Gotta unmute.
What you say?
Sis Sandra, unmute.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, sis. Let me lower her hand and unmute you. And then I'm gonna unmute Nephew Nuwa, bring him on.
Man, they cut me all the way off.
Okay, so child, they with the foolishness. They with the shits tonight.
Yeah, they cut me all the way off.
Okay, I'm glad.
Brother Sean said I'm responsible.
No, I think it was Brother Odel, to be honest, because he was the first one to get kicked off. And then when I brought him back, I'm like, okay, just come back in again. And as soon as I was trying to let him in, whoosh.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, thank you. I'm up for that one. They cut my Zoom off. They cut it all off.
Yeah, Zoom. Well, my entire internet shut down.
Yeah, and they kept telling me my connection was unstable. I'm trying to close down programs.
Okay, because that's what they were telling me. So we all of a sudden got unstable connection.
Yeah, mine was different.
Oh, okay then. Ciao. Okay, so peace and love, Nephew Nuwa. I think you're on.
Peace and love, Auntie Rhonda. Okay. Peace and love, Brother Sean. Peace and love, Brother Sandra. Auntie Sandra. Peace and love.
We got you, beloved. We understand.
Yeah. If I can just add to the milk debate that you guys were having there, I feel that it's one thing that's happening. The system is really playing mothers for a fool. Because I'm learning that, one, they're not allowing mothers to go to full term. They're having a lot of C-sections.
I just learned that
because automatically
I sit on a committee, and we go over stuff like that. So I'm literally hearing it from nurses and doulas, and my mouth dropped open. They said it's so bad.
Yeah.
That the doctors will sit up there and schedule C-sections because, we're going to do it this day because I got vacation the next day, this, that, and the third. I was appalled.
Yeah.
They get more money, I'm sure.
It's also a money thing. They automatically will go to the C-section as opposed to just letting them have the natural birth because the liability of like, it's easier to just get more money off of cutting you open, and also it play into our history of being, into our Nazi science and all that. Maternity, death rates, fatality for especially melanated indigenous women is sickening. Is sickening.
Yeah, that's literally the committee I sit on. It's about infant mortality rates for melanated women. And so we're going over the stats. And I was floored. I had no idea. And yes, melanated women are being pushed to have C-sections, which it makes sense why a lot of my friends were having C-sections, and I'm scratching my head like, why? Oh, they said I needed one, and it was just some crazy ass excuse, and I'm like,
Tie back to Rome, the Caesarian, the Caesar, the motherfucking, and I'm sure Brother Odel will have something to put on. I'm sure it's some type of ecclesiastical curse that deals with. And what did we go over with the statues that had a C-section on them?
Yeah, that was off of the Indian gentleman's YouTube channel. He laid that out too. Yeah, he was showing C-sections back in the day, but they're pushing that on melanated women a lot.
She may be getting a tubal at the same time.
I literally saw the stats and I was appalled. I had no idea. And it seems like it started with my generation, Gen X, because I know most of my friends and stuff and family members, they had C-sections. And I'm like, why? And they couldn't give me the answers that they were giving me. The shit didn't make sense. And I'm like, but everybody in your family, all the women were able to have their children naturally. So I'm not understanding that. And
yes, Akia, intercept the natural birth. A child gets extra nutrition, the soul goes through the vaginal canal, and it does have something to do with them, this realm, and them trying to harvest souls. If you take it while it's in that vessel, in that passageway, they use that energy to create the fake matrix, to create the fake wombs and Merkabas to like fuck with this realm. And that's why I feel like it goes way, way back before it became like a health doctor medical thing where they automatically like, they just scheduled me for the C-section. I ain't even saying, yeah, I wanted one. They just scheduled the motherfucker.
Yep, that's what I was told. That's exactly what I was told. They was just scheduling people. I'm like, what? That's supposed to be a conversation, and you supposed to be telling me why I supposedly and allegedly need a C-section.
Well, you better sign a consent form.
Use fear for the mothers to fear them into it, saying more like, if let's say if the mother is older, they'll say, oh, you're old, so we want to make sure you don't have complications. Or they'll say, oh, the baby is he has his cord tangled, so better be. So what I've learned is that, I had the first experience, and what I've seen is that when you have the C-section, the mother herself did not go through the hormonal changes necessary to have the child. So her body technically is not in labor. It has technically is not prepared to have this child. And when that
makes sense. That makes perfect sense.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So when they bring this child out before the mother has the hormones, she's now not prepared to actually nurse the child. So this is where the pressure is when they're like, oh, mothers are not having trouble nursing their children. No. She's not ripe yet. And how are you picking a child that's not ripe?
Yeah, because her body hasn't given a signal through the hormones, like you said, to start producing that milk.
Correct. And now also, same with what Brother Scotty was saying, the hormones also, the water, when the water breaks, that's supposed to have nutrients and a whole bunch of stuff that the baby gets before it enters into this world. And that's another thing it doesn't get. That bag that water is opened before, and the baby just comes out. And now you have to wash it with chemicals, essentially, is what they're washing with. So now your baby firsthand gets chemicals. So let's skip forward. Technically, if you're having a natural birth again, you're supposed to have the placenta as well. You're supposed to have what's called a lotus birth. And you're supposed to birth the child, and then the placenta is birthed with it, and you put it next to the child. X weeks goes by, and it naturally disconnects. The umbilical cord disconnects from the child. And what that is supposed to represent is that when you birth the child is supposed to still be eating. Sorry, let's say it again. When the child was in your womb, you were feeding the child. The food was being broken down, it goes into placenta, and then the child takes it from the placenta. So when you birth the child, you're supposed to be birthed with the placenta. So the child had its food, essentially, its last meal, essentially, to eat while it's getting itself ready to in this world. It's in this world, but it's not ready to really interact with this world yet. And it's getting its nutrients from the placenta. But what we do, or what they tell us to do, is to cut the placenta. And now the child is technically starving itself. And now here you have a mother that had a C-section, so she's not hormonally ready to feed the child. And now the child's feeding source has been cut off. And this is where they tell you where it's legally okay for the child to lose body weight within X amount of time. No. They've legalized starving the child until X amount of time. That's what they've done. Because the child was supposed to maintain its weight. It had food. You cut that off. Right. I was in a position where you guys are talking about milk and how they're not using formula. I myself was allergic to formula. I think the only formula I ever came used to was, I think, Similac. But what I had to do when my child came around, I introduced him to hemp milk, because what I found is that he was allergic to those formulas, and there was nothing I found that was adequate So I turned to the only thing I knew was available, hemp milk. The mother wasn't, as I told you, she didn't hormonally wasn't ready to produce milk. So and they left the child in a position where he would not be fed. And they said, yeah, no, it's okay if he loses some pounds. I'm like, no.
No, you know that ain't right. You think I'm finna have my baby sitting up here skinny,
right?
But did that hemp milk help him gain weight? Because
so this is what happened. I was able, there was drama that went on, let's say that, and I was able to. They were able to document it, and I proved that I was able to maintain the child's weight within 0.2 of an ounce. And after I was removed from being in control of his feeding schedule, he lost a substantial amount of body weight. And it came to a understanding that, hey, we have to do something different because what they're wanting to do is not working. We have to do something better. So that's why I'm saying, yes, all these things are going into their body. All these things are being removed from their body. And that's what's really causing let's say the autism, the allergies, all that stuff is within the first 3 to 5 years of the child's life that we do as a child. So when I'm saying for the people that can't get formula, you have almond milk, you have hemp milk for the first, let's say the very first nursing babies. And then like Auntie said, yeah, start giving them their food crushed up, boil their ham, boil this, boil that. So they have food. You don't have to go to the store. Yes, if you follow their regimen, if you go through their schedules, yeah, they're going to tell you this is the only, so what it came out to be was that they're not allowed to recommend anything that's not commercially it's not commercialized. So in other words, even though what I was able to prove was truthful and there was no harm in what I did, they can't recommend my actions because it's not something commercial. It's not a product that is commercial that they can go to. So that's all it all has to do. It has nothing to do with your health. It has everything to do with the commercialization of your child.
Wow. Brother Sean and Nisi Poo, you can unmute yourself. Well, thank you for sharing that. That's some bull crap.
It is some bull crap.
Yeah,
and it's that people are going through it without having a defense. Like people will just go, like mothers will follow their pediatrician's recommendation with no issues, but then later on the kids will have problems and they'll not hold the pediatrician to blame. They'll just say, well, the problem has this issue, so the child has this issue now. It must be genetics, but they won't tell you about all the stuff you put into the child, all the stuff you put into the mom before she was pregnant, before she was conceiving, all that stuff.
Right. So. And somebody, and now my doggone comments thingy isn't working anymore, but somebody put, Ricardo said a lot of babies are allergic. Yeah, a lot of babies are allergic to that formula.
Yeah, a lot of them are. But what happens is you poison the child to the point where the body becomes used to it, and that becomes a normal reaction. Oh, why does this stool look like that? Oh, it's normal. No, it's not normal. It's not normal at all. This stool should not look like that.
Yeah, ladies, if you can breastfeed your babies and make your own baby food, it's so easy.
And there's a natural herb. I can't remember it at the top of my head now, but there's a natural herb that you can get at any herbal store that will help the mothers with their breastfeeding schedule. I forgot what it is now, but there is an actual pill, a herb that you can take to help stimulate.
I heard about that herb too. Yeah, I heard about it. Dang, if we find it, I'll post it on the community wall. I did hear about that herb.
That's what my female had to do to get her.
Nisi Poo put it there. Let me put it in the chat. Child, you know my country ass can't pronounce that. Funu Greek. All right. So nursing mothers. That's the thingamajig. And to be honest, I think women are getting back to breastfeeding now, so good for them. But for a while, they weren't. And you can tell the difference in the health of the children that were breastfed and those that weren't. You literally can tell the difference. Because
then you Greek.
You know, my brother and I joke with my younger brother because he was the only one. He's the baby. My mom was like, fuck it. That's a separate story. We give him a hard time in general. Yeah, because he's the youngest out of all of us. Even with my dad, which is my daughter. I mean, my sister, his daughter, they're 2 years, either 2 years or a year apart. but they're the babies. So he wasn't breastfed. And he fucking stayed sick.
Yeah.
He was sickly.
That's another thing. The mother gives the child all those antibodies within the breast milk. So this is why when you don't breastfeed, yeah, you do have those issues, because she was supposed to give him all the stuff she has with that breast milk.
Yep, and she felt guilty about it because she could tell the health difference between the two of us and my younger brother, but he just stayed sick. Strep throat, stomach flu this, and his little ass was the one that gave us fucking chicken pox. I mean, we were literally healthy. And it's like, here go your sickly ass out the bunch.
And he probably had all his vaccines, was up to date, all went to the doctor.
Yeah, but he was out of the two, he was the one that stayed sickly. So, ladies, it does make a difference.
It's from the beginning. It's not what you do after. That's the effect. When you see them with the allergy, the harm was done at birth. Basically.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Yeah, so ladies, do the best you can if you can. Breastfeed your babies. But definitely with that baby food, don't let them hold you hostage, because you don't know what the fuck they putting in there in that no way. And you can save a lot of money, and it's much, 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 much more healthier for the baby. Just like I said, boil that stuff. And now if you think about what you paying for that little bitty ass jar, let's say sweet potatoes, because babies love them goddamn sweet potatoes. Oh my God, they tear them sweet potatoes up. That little bitty ass jar. So think about one sweet potato. How many of those jars can you fill up?
No added sugar.
Exactly.
No added nothing.
No added nothing. Now, melanated people, when we get them youngest started on them grits, just to see their little face, you up north people, y'all in that goddamn nasty ass tainted malto meal wheat. But we put our youngins on them grits, and they little face, when they take their first little bite of them grits, it is just so classic. But child, y'all better go old school. Wasn't nobody around there buying no motherfucking baby food.
Expensive.
It is expensive, and it's garbage. No, the baby stuff got set to the little side, and that shit was boiled and mashed up, and that was gonna be that.
So all the mothers
you ate off your
and parents.
Yeah,
I was gonna say.
My mom and them really didn't play that, because what I hate to see, I cannot stand to see people. They eating and they take the food and they bite it up and put it in the baby's mouth. I fucking hate that shit. I'm like, bitch, I don't know where your mouth done been. Don't get that baby that. I cannot stand that. But yeah, I mean, some people do that too. That's their business. Who am I? It just grosses me out. But yeah, mothers, don't let them put no limits on feeding your baby. See, that part they got me all the way fucked up on. That ain't finna happen where these babies not gonna be fed. Now, they taking the shit too far. But if you let them, they'll certainly try to do it.
Increasing population.
Yeah, they can't recommend nature. They can only recommend commercial products.
Yeah, and it's, to me, it's altering your health.
Yeah.
DNA, all of that. Yeah.
And I didn't know that formula was filled with wheat and shit and sugar. So out the gate, they're conditioning their palate to a high sugar diet.
Well, Auntie, it's like this. I told everyone that wanted to feed the children baby formula, I said, you eat that. I want you to take their food and you eat it. And if you feel it's palatable for yourself, then you feed it to them. But I find these parents, they're feeding these stuff, baby, whatever, and they don't even eat it themselves. So
That's a great point.
How do you even know it's good or not? Do you even know it's good or not? They should be eating your food, as you said. It may be disgusting that the person's taking it out of their mouth and feeding it, but the concept, your food and giving it to your child.
Yeah, the concept is still there. No, you're absolutely right. What nobody. No, and women, that's why when you had them babies on that formula, they be hungry as fuck. It makes sense now because their body isn't getting no nutrition. And Caucasian doctors be, oh, well, only feed them on that. God damn it, I ain't finna starve this baby to death.
Not even that. Isn't that why some babies too are they get prematurely fat? Didn't Auntie just say that these things are not recognized in our liver and will be stored in our fat
that
cell?
Gluten and stuff, it's not good for you at all. It's not. It makes you insulin resistant. So yeah, ladies, if you can, just give your baby a good start. I think it was Brother Freeman said that my mama put me on goat's milk as a baby. I can see that.
My only thing with that, when people use like goat's milk or cow's milk, is that that's for a
it is for a goat or for a cow. But...
Right. I was going to say that's for a baby cow, baby goat to turn into a big ass cow, big ass, So I feel like, okay, if you want to drink milk, then drink some human milk. Any ladies want to donate?
Shit. Well, ain't nobody got no milk to be donate to you grown ass niggas. You already stay on our tits enough anyway. Shit.
If you're going to drink milk, drink some human milk.
The tits wasn't even made for y'all to be swinging on them.
But the leaking though, it's leaking. Let me grab some of that.
Go somewhere with y'all needy asses.
Like sweet, very sweet.
Yeah. But yeah, some women do sell their extra breast milk. The athletes be buying it.
Oh shit, I didn't know that.
Yeah. I don't be knowing these folks, but it was one football player. Literally opened his little freezer and showed the little milk he was buying from somebody, honey. And he said he used it as part of his workout regimen or whatever the case.
It's odd, but I'll still respect that because it's human milk, but it's still odd though, I got a fridge full of breast milk.
Yeah. and again, man, that's for the baby. So you should have enjoyed your time when your mama had you, because y'all for the rest of your lives trying to swing on our tits. We like, can we get these ain't even what they're not made for that, dude. But
we suck on them knowing that there's no milk on them, Auntie.
Whatever.
We get over that. So, the motion in the friggin' in our mind, yo.
Y'all a hot ass mess. I can tell you that.
It's like, son, move over. Let's show you how it's done, son.
Yeah, like get the fuck on. But anyhow. All right, Nisi Pooh, raise your hand when you're ready. I know you got the babies. You getting them in the car.
Oh, yeah, you had a presentation for us.
Oh, Alabama said my mom would put vanilla extract in my milk because I wouldn't drink it. Wow.
Anything. My mom used to give me cookies when I came to Canada. Milk and cookies. Like, what's all this about?
No, he's talking about as a baby.
Oh, breast milk?
I'm assuming he's talking about formula.
Okay. Well, yeah, I can see that.
Because your body was like, I don't want this shit.
Yeah, I can see that.
But she had to do what she had to do. But yeah, ladies, I'm just guessing why those babies be so hungry, because they're missing a lot of nutrition. And you take them to the doctor, they're like, oh, well, they're okay. Keep
that's scheduled.
But black folks, we don't motherfucking play that. We finna put some cereal in your shit.
Yeah, my pediatrician told me that too. Can you stop feeding him as much? He's growing above his schedule. I'm like, what? Stop feeding our child.
Right. You could go on with, it was cow's milk. Okay, yeah, you didn't want it, Alabama. Yeah, you didn't want it. That's what that was.
But mama's still going to tell you it's good for you because they told mama's good for you.
Yeah. But yeah, ladies, that's what I think that it is. So
yeah.
That baby is missing that nutrition, and I know old school way, the mothers that weren't breastfeeding, and that baby would just keep crying, and Big Mom and them like, look, this baby is hungry.
Yeah.
Put some cereal, that little rice cereal, which I didn't agree with that, but Big Mama
They want something heavy on their stomach. It's like when you go for a big...
grinded up that oatmeal. They took raw oats, put that shit in the blender, put that shit in that bottle, shake that shit up. You gotta poke a bigger hole in the nipple so he could get that cereal out, and that baby be stretched out. You walk in that room, baby on back. Like,
yeah, they need something heavy in their stomach. It's like when you go to a heavy dinner, like Thanksgiving dinner. You want that baby be stretched out.
Yeah.
Stretch. That's when you know you did good.
Don't feed them. You hell no. You can get the fuck
you
out
see how happy he is? He's sleeping like a friggin' mother.
Right. Okay, yeah, I know we spent too much time on the babies. I'm sorry, Brother Sean. You got something?
Scotty can read his. He needed.
Okay, it's two separate ones. Son, Scotty, you ready? Oh, before he does that, let me show y'all the thingy that Sis Sandra.
What's mine?
Huh?
Oh no, I thought you were about to say that thing back from What's Mine that Sis Tamika was wanting to show.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if we have time, we'll definitely show that.
This will be ready in 3 minutes.
Okay, no worries, no rush. Yeah. Do what you gotta do, sis. I'm still
waiting. I can show that real quick and then do the little article. Cause it's two separate ones. Brother Sean want me to read the commerce with the Indian tribes. And then he sent another one about the American Indians and the Constitution. And that's the one Sis Tamika talking about.
Okay, yeah, because we definitely want to get into that tonight. So, okay, Brother Odel, when you get a chance, come on back up. We're going to try it again. It's some bull crap. All right, so this the pic that Sis Sandra sent me. And Sis, you said this is in your particular Bible. This was in Ezekiel chapter 8, right?
Right, 8:17 I think.
Okay, so ain't nobody got to make this up here. You see, they talk about the pagan gods, and then they give you the description. So Astaroth, Baals or Baals, however the hell you want to say it, wife or female counterpart. So Baal, a god identified with Merodach or Marduk, chief Babylon god. Okay, so they're going through the different pagan gods.
And if you read the Bible, God is really against Baal because he doesn't like how people are worshiping Baal.
Yeah. And then you see this, I don't know if that's Chion, is a star god identified with Saturn. Okay, don't that say Dagon?
Yeah.
Dagon. That's a Philistine, chief Philistine god. Merodach, still chief Babylonian god, connected with war, also known as Marduk. Moloch. Isn't Moloch the bull?
The owl. No, the owl.
Oh, I thought he was the bull. Okay, the owl. Okay.
That's that one they sacrifice children to for the harvest.
It says here, Amite God connected with child blank of the blank.
Now think of
Hillary in them emails.
Think of Drake's symbol.
I could have sworn that Moloch was the bull with the horn thingies.
That's
Baal.
That's oh God, I can't think of his name right now. I'll get it.
Okay, that's okay. So Moloch is the owl. Okay.
Hey sis.
The Baphomet. Yes, you're talking about the
God of the Moabites and Ammonite. Yeah.
Yep.
Ammonite.
Can you say that again? Is that the Shemash, God of the who and the whom?
The Moabites and Ammonites.
Well, who's the Moabites?
Blink, blink.
You tell me
who the Moabites are.
Blink.
They wear red caps.
Yeah.
Okay, got
y'all
it.
see what we be telling y'all about rolling with these titles?
And who are they rolling with in the back?
Yeah.
So Nebo, Babylon, god of wisdom and the arts. Ramon, Syrian god of rain. Tammuz, Babylonian fertility god. And now you can see in the New Testament they get into these Greek gods, but Castor and Polluck, twin son of Zeus, chief Greek god. Hermes, y'all running around there. Ain't that expensive ass purse of Hermes?
Yeah, the Birkin bag.
Yeah, the Birkin
Hermes.
bag. It's cute, but how much that damn purse is? Is it like 20, 30,000?
No, catch, they have you worshiping that bag.
Just like the watches, the APs, and all that type of shit, you know, they're supposed to appreciate value. So, like,
right, because those exactly, they say the Birkin bag, it appreciates in value as a collector's item. Now, I love my purses, but I'm a Coach girl. That's when I started making money. That's what I bought. I love them. But I'm going to tell you one thing. I sure in the fuck ain't even close to spending that amount. But no. Hermes is the Greek god of commerce and speed.
Right? Mm-hmm. Swipe that.
Blink, 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 blink.
I didn't even read all of it. I'm laughing.
So, thank you for this, sis Sandra.
That's a drop. Where's a bomb when you need one, actually?
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I got my stuff now. It's Shift E.
You're at the shortcut.
Yeah, I did my shortcuts. So, yeah, this part. So now, when we was going through them Sumerian texts, we didn't know what we was talking about. But yet, these Anunnaki gods are showing up in your biblical stuff. Oh, okay then. Okay.
You know what? I have read this Bible for years, and I never paid attention to that until we got into Marduk. And
because we ain't nobody taught us nothing about Inky Binky Linky now.
Right.
Like Baal's in the Bible. I never knew about that.
And now it just last night or whatever it was, I looked at that. I said, "What? Are you serious?" You know, even the presidents know about Marduk.
Absolutely, they do.
They went to honor him.
It's part of their initiation.
Absolutely. So
yeah,
they already know what's up. They already know what's up. So it is what it is. Okay, so I can't get my little equipment to flash my chats across the screen. Okay, so we're ready, Son Scotty, when you're ready. Okay, Brother Odel, if you can get back on. We'll try this again. But Son Scotty, we ready when you ready.
Okay. All right. Let me just show the little video for Back What's Mine.
It's you want me to bring it up? Oh, let me give you the rights to hold on.
Can we unmute sister when she gets a chance?
You can unmute now, Nisi Poo, whenever you ready.
Yeah, share the screen.
Okay, yeah, you got sharing screen rights. Okay, just okay, give me a second to get the family to share it with the fam. So hold on a sec.
Okay.
I ain't gotta be in the clip. Okay. Let me see. Let me make sure. Gotta look at my other computer. Make sure it's coming over. think it is. All right. You know we live, so we see you. We see your screen.
Okay. I'm on the video now.
Okay.
We ready?
Yep, we ready.
All right.
Yo, this is big right here. This is the First Brian Baptist Church. This is where they, the 40 acres and a mule sign.
Turn it up, son.
Okay, hold on. All right.
So go back to the beginning because they may not have heard what he was saying.
Yo, this is big right here. This is the First Brian Baptist Church. This is where they, the 40 acres and a mule sign. Let y'all look at it.
Wow.
Very grand church. Organ. Wow, look at that organ. Look at the organ back.
After the line boots on the ground, 40 acres and a mule, Savannah, Georgia, Yamacraw Village.
He said Yamacraw Village, right?
Yeah, Savannah, Georgia.
Ooh.
Hey y'all, can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, we showing a vid now of Back for What's Mine. Shout out to Back for What's Mine.
Yes, that's my guy. That's my guy.
Yeah, he on the ground in Savannah.
Since the early 1700s.
Wow.
He's on the walls there.
19th story. All these slaves coming from directly from Africa. I don't see it. Get some pictures.
So yeah.
Yo, this is big right here.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Now there's some more imagery that goes with that. That he sent to me. I emailed it to you, Auntie, because I was trying to figure out how to get it to you fast enough. But it has a picture of Reverend Brian, and it also has pictures and names of the other ministers who were there. And it also has every name of every minister. Yeah, just gonna put it up if you want to share that with the family as well.
Shout out to Back for What's Mine. Child, he ain't trying to play with these people.
No, he is not.
And I'm here for it. Okay, so I got to open the folders. So bear with me, fam. Let me open all this up. Nice. This is so nice. So hold on, fam.
Scotty, your screen is still up, by the way.
Yeah, I'm not showing it on the air, though. Ooh, wow. So I'm getting there. Hold on, fam.
Yeah, this is the one, Brother Sean. And then this one.
Okay. This is interesting. This is interesting.
Yeah, I'm not liking that, man.
One more. Whoa, those pictures. Oh, child, this is good stuff. Wait a minute, y'all. Just hit one more to download.
All the tea. That's the tea and the cornbread to go with the tea.
Yeah.
The collard greens.
Right.
Yep. Appreciate that.
Okay, so let me do it this way. Let me take this off. And then where are we? The screen display. All right. So shout out to Back for What's Mine. He was the one that on the WTUZ podcast we did on
the Moors in Savannah.
Right, but it was specifically Saint
Benedict.
Saint Benedict. Yeah. When we did the drop on Saint Benedict being melanated, and he took the picture outside of I think that was the church.
I think it's a Masonic hall now, if I'm not mistaken.
Sure was. Depicting Saint Benedict as melanated. Okay, so this is the same gentleman. So he boots on the ground with getting us this true history out of Savannah. All right, so he took a picture saying timeline, pastors of the First Bryan Baptist Church, and I'm assuming that's the church that he was bringing us through. Okay, so here's a list of all of these particular pastors. Okay, pay attention to these surnames. Huh?
Maybe. Are you sharing the screen or where is that? I don't see it.
I'm looking at it live. I can see it on the other computer. On my other computer, it's being live.
Bigger so I can see the names.
Yeah, I see it. I'm looking at my other computer. It's up.
Andrew Byron.
Yeah, Andrew Byron, Marshall.
Because you'll find out who he is. Who he
Thomas
is.
Anderson.
And then we'll know how. That'll be a good thing to know.
But are y'all peeping the time frames?
1788.
So Brian was the pastor from 1788 through 1812.
He was a founder.
I thought people was in slavery. I thought all black people was in slavery.
Or is this a white pastor?
Let's see.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm being the devil advocate.
So let's go to this. We gonna see. So I'm just gonna blow this up. Do he look white to you? Wait, let me see.
I know.
See, we don't be coming to play on this platform with foolishness. But I'm glad you said that, nephew, because you know an MF will be in my comments. Well, you know he was white. Do he look white to you? Does this founding pastor
from
1788 to 1812, and y'all notice it's a break in there because this shit lines up perfectly. So melanated all day long, folks were supposed to be up in slavery, right? All black folks were supposedly and allegedly came from Africa, which we know, as my grandmother used to say, a bald-faced lie, not bold, y'all. Bald, a lie with no hair on it.
Look how clean his clothes is. How you a slave with such clean press?
Exactly. So 1788 to 1812. What happened in 1812?
The War of 1812.
So,
which followed more treaties, aka lies, that they never ever
died within that.
abided by.
Exactly. So just to make sure, I don't want to lie upon these people. And you see where it was a time frame where they had to rebuild. You catch that? So how many years is 1812 to 1873?
About 67, 8, 62.
Yeah.
I count money.
I know that's right. My brain don't be letting me do it. So yeah, you were right. 61 years. Okay. So the war 1812 jumped off. So 60 something years later, they rebuilt So I'm assuming this was burnt down, whatever the case may be. So that's when Huston, he took over. Again, that's not a white man. And if slavery, quote, quote, ended in 1865, so that's a few years after the Civil War. Okay? So then the next one is Griffin. Still melanated. And then you have Daniel Wright, still melanated.
Andy, what I found interesting was that the first two had white hair, and I found that just to be like something of a feature that we don't normally see. Like, were they that old, or was that a trait of some sort?
No, dig y'all. It's that bad where y'all not seeing people with white hair. No, that's how the elders' hair was back in the day.
But like silver, like full, like yeah.
Oh yeah, he was probably shit. He was probably up there. He's probably good 75, 80.
I'm not used to seeing a full silver head top, you know that.
Yeah, they did. Again, we gotta take it back to the food, because you know, nowadays people losing their motherfucking hair. At first, it was the men.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He has a full head top.
I know, because it's this trashy ass food. Now you got women losing their hair.
Apicha and all that.
Alopecia.
Yeah, but although they say that your hairline and stuff is genetics, but yeah, this was common back in the day.
Yeah, back in the day. Uncommon today.
Yeah, because I could say that.
Wasn't gray hair a badge of color, courage back in the day?
It was.
The more gray you have.
Yeah, I was looked at as something to frown upon. You lost your age.
Like wisdom. Yeah.
Wisdom, yeah, it was.
Yeah. But yeah, my grandparents and them, the men I'm trying to think back on, they wasn't losing their hair like that now that I think about it.
I didn't lose it.
Yeah. And nowadays, shit, you men get in your motherfucking 30s and your shit be, shit, hairline receding like a mug. And I'm like, go on and cut that off. And some of y'all sitting up here talking about sisters, but y'all sitting up here weaving it up, fucking up pillowcases and shit with that goddamn ink on your skull. But nonetheless.
Not the spray hairline.
Child, y'all don't know the stories I be hearing. This motherfucker ruined my set of pillowcases. What? This nigga had blah, blah, blah.
Not the Beijing. He done painted it.
Fucking up sheets and stuff. But anyhow, and gluing them fake ass beards on. I'm like, just sit it down, sir. Sir, sit it down.
Ego is a motherfucker.
I'm sorry, go ahead. What'd you say, nephew?
No, I just said the ego is a motherfucker, right? So some
yeah,
guys
but my thing is, don't be talking about a woman's weave and shit when you gluing, and the ones that y'all want to talk about us being deceptive. There go Brother Odel. Now ain't nothing gonna piss me off more. We thinking you got a nice little fade, and your shit is glued the fuck on. A spray painted on, and you get it under some hot lights, and that shit start melting. Child, ain't nobody you messing up my motherfucking good ass sheets. Shit, go on with that. All right, so then you have Pastor Glenn. melanated to me.
Yeah.
And then the last one on this stained glass window is Williams. I can't really read his first name, Pastor Williams. And that was 1968. So again, all of these gentlemen are melanated. So y'all can't come up in here with that foolishness up there talking about some they was white. Okay.
So then when did the slavery of they said the church was also doing the slavery? When did that happen then? Because what we're seeing here is a melanated
who said the church was doing slavery?
Well, the story is the white man came with his white slave master and his white church. So then if we now paint the story black, so was it really a black king and a black churchman that was carrying out slavery? Because it wasn't a white person. We know it's not a white person that did it.
That particular church has to do with the whole, requesting and signing treaties about the 40 acres.
Exactly.
And the mule.
That's correct. I'm just saying, if it goes back so far to the 1700s, then we're looking at when did the slaves come here?
Well, you gotta look at how they were coming over, okay? Because you had a couple of distinct populations of slaves. So, of course, you had the indigenous people that were already here that became prisoners of war. Then you had the black Europeans and white Europeans coming over either on prison sentences or coming over, meaning they were kicked out of Europe and was sentenced, because before they kicked them out, they got a sentence and they had to come to a prison colony, which the Americas colonies, those colonies were also used as prisons. They were sentenced to either a certain amount of time period. Most of the cases, they were sentenced to life. So meaning your ass cannot come back over here to Europe. And then the other class of folks were the people that said, oh, well, I ain't really doing shit with my life over here, meaning over in Europe. So you mean to tell me if I go over to this new place, I can get paid, have a place to stay, this, that, and the third, and I could maybe own some land? Okay, I sign up. How long I got to sign up? So that's where those indentured servant contracts came in. Now, where the church came into play, specifically the Catholic Church, is when they were bringing servants over. Because if you look at those records, once you go into the records, you'll see where those missionaries bring over servants. And they list out the servant's name, their age, and even their race. And that's how I saw where white children were coming over, young children like 8, 6, 5, were coming over as a servant to either family, which that family was black melanated, or servant in that particular church. Okay, but they also had melanated people coming over as servants also.
I think what happened in Savannah is a little bit touchy, because you got General James Oglethorpe, who arrived in Savannah. I don't think he was melanated, but I'm not sure. And that was the first treaty in Savannah where they basically said like that long section along the Atlantic coast belonged to the British folks, to the British colonists.
But
whether they was black or white, I'm not sure.
Oglethorpe was the original one. Remember when we went over how Georgia was deemed, they were using Georgia as a test ground to not have any type of slavery. I would have to pull that back up.
Yeah, but the Creeks, they were working with the Creeks, right? The so-called Creek Indians, you know, but we know that there were other American Indian tribes there at the same time.
Right.
So it's kind of difficult because even though it wasn't slavery, they were still pushing them further and further off their land.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So I'm just giving it in the content of what Oglethorpe was pushing for that Georgia colony, because he didn't want any slaves on that land because of he wanted white men to be able to have a come up, to be able to be paid fairly for their labor. So I'm just putting it in the context of Oglethorpe.
What Nuwa was saying is like, okay, yeah, this happening during the so-called same timeline as slavery, but the actors ain't matching up to the narrative.
Yeah, absolutely.
Black slave owners, and it's going to be white slaves, but they ain't going to tell you that.
Absolutely, and melanated slaves, because it was black on black slavery.
That part, that's the bigger part right there.
Right.
People can't get that part. It's okay. They'd be like, okay, it makes more sense. Yeah. We were saying that, you know, these white people came from the caves and they hybrids and they all this. So it makes sense that they would be slaves. But you mean to tell me niggas was enslaving other niggas? Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Think of the roots. I'm picking up where people are stuck in the roots, where you have Kunta Kinte being whipped by a white man. In terms of that's where people are in terms of the white.
Absolutely, they are. Which roots was not real, exactly. And Alex Haley got sued for that shit.
But no, that's where a lot of people hold on to that whole slavery narrative of the white man being the slave master. And as I'm saying, so now you look up at the church and all you see is black players. And like, hold on.
And we'll put this shit back up again to refresh folks' memory.
Because I'm waiting for that movie to drop when it's the other way around. I'm trying to see a nigga whip a white slave. That's what they don't want you to see.
No, they don't want you to see it. Absolutely. Because that tears the whole narrative down. And then you have to have real conversations. Well, goddamn, who was in charge if white people was getting enslaved?
Right, remember, if the church is pushing people off their land, they're not doing it nicely.
It was through the church, absolutely.
Right. So who is the head of the church now?
The banksters. The same thing that's happening today with folks losing their property to foreclosure and folks losing their property to tax not evasion, but not being able to pay their taxes. There's one treaty, it's the Treaty of Augusta. That one was 1773. And it was a result of indebtedness to English fur traders. The Indians ceded the lands between the Little and Tugelo rivers. So it's because they were in debt to the English is how they got their land, basically, you know.
And I mean, how the hell could you be in debt? That part I don't understand. It's like, who the hell was signing this stuff and who authorized them to do it?
Had to be the church, because remember when
but the church, the people, if you look at the head of these, let's look at, put the picture back up. These are black Europeans. Let's be clear. I ain't finna sit up here and dress this shit up. These reverends are black Europeans.
Facts.
Okay? These are missionaries.
Facts.
Because remember, a part of the missionary program is to convert the indigenous to Christianity.
Right.
Correct. So, Auntie, check this. So you know how Brother Odel talks about the Sesquicu trusts and how we're all birthed into that system? In the church, before they had computers and it was you were filing to the federal government, the church was the one that you would go to have your birth documented. Everyone would have their family Bible, and through your family Bible is where you would have all your birth. So it was really the church was pushing that system, that feudal system of putting you on paper.
Let me.
I'm just saying, I'm shocked. As I said, we know this, but when you see it in documentation, where you have the man on picture, where it's a black face that was the head of that system, that's
absolutely.
Where
And this is 1788.
Yeah, and he's the first. So this is the first
of
church.
Just this particular church. This church that's back for what's mine. Shout out to him.
Right.
In Savannah, Georgia.
Well, we'll just use this as just the one we're gonna focus on because we have it. So this is the one church that they on Savannah, Georgia, that they prop up in 17 whatever, and it's a black man that's doing the propping up.
And the same thing would have went for the school board education. How all the black shit we learn about turns out to be black Europeans. They do the same shit.
Booker T. Washington and all them people.
Right, all black Europeans.
Mm-hmm. And he pushed.
And then they're telling us about the white man's the devil.
Right.
Right. And the white man was right along with
he's an innocent bystander.
Indigenous people being the indentured servants and AKA the slaves.
Yeah, he was the lower class. He got graduated up. When we became a slave class, he became above us. This is why they look down on us, because that's how they get their notoriety. Oh, we're the better slave.
That's exactly what they did.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Sis Sandra.
That's exactly what they did. They worked side by side with melanated people in the field.
Right.
And then they got them up because of their color, and they started.
It wasn't because of color. Why? If throughout history, it was melanated ruled, how is it about their color? No, that is the construct.
Well, I'm talking about the white man working in the fields with the melanated people, and then the white people moved up in ranking.
Right, but I'm just trying to clarify. It wasn't they moved up because of their color. The controllers decided they were going to do a reset, and the seat of power was going to rest with white folks. Specifically, the rulers would be their Caucasian white relatives.
Yeah.
This has nothing to do about white folks on the come up because of color. No.
Position.
That's what they want the world to think. It wasn't about that.
I was looking at Russian history yesterday, and most of the Russian people were slaves under an aristocratic system. And when they came here, I think they gave them a promise that they could be better over here. And that's why they changed it and moved the systems around to, make them equal to the aristocrats over here, because they weren't never equal to the aristocrats in Europe, not even their children. Once they were born under...
Absolutely.
Correct. If you're born of that class, you're of that class. No matter how you can't marry up, go down.
Exactly. And Rodney said, do you know that the Vikings were so-called black? Right. Yeah, absolutely they were. Yes, they were. Absolutely. So that part, and in my opinion, the reason that it switched from black to white, so the black could hide their hand.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
There's some pizza places now whose the CEOs is melanated, is a white man, but the owner is melanated.
That don't surprise me.
Right. I think it was Domino's or something.
And so we know even in Europe, specifically England, when the seat of power went from black to white, we know that the name Windsor that is used today with that particular house had to be approved and sanctioned. So it wasn't about no black and white. That's what they want you all to think. I'm sorry. Go ahead, son.
That's the play. That's the play.
I was just going to say, like, we talk about, the change from the black seat of power to the white seat of power, and then the whitewashing. But then people tend to be like, well, the white people whitewashed all this. I'm like, no, I think the black people whitewashed the stuff.
To be honest, the black people did. Absolutely.
I'm like, how it makes sense that they did it? Like, they just filled the role. They were just like, okay, sure, get on board. And that's why they so, they fight for that, because that's their only identity.
That is their only identity. Absolutely. Because in other words, they came up.
Yeah.
They came up. So, of course, they're going to fight to keep their position.
Their time to shine.
But they were not the original ones to whitewash it.
No.
They weren't.
Could you say then the founding fathers, that's their, let's say, the white class really trying to make a play out of their black rulers? Could that be said?
Even who they're calling the founding fathers,
they were not the ones.
They, like, we know Lincoln was melanated.
Right.
A couple of them cats were melanated or mulatto.
Correct. Mm-hmm. So I was just corporate then. It had nothing to do with color. It's corporate.
And
that's the whole other thing, the creation of the mulatto race to be this kind of like, it was like, you know what? We know we're not going to get by with just having all these non-melanated races trying to pretend to be other people and doing all this. So we need to actually biologically create a race that's like a mixture, a doorway into this. And absolutely. That's why we got a lot of, the Iberians and that whole thing and all that. And you find out, they was literally mixing the bloodlines to get the motherfuckers in there, and then ended up creating a whole little intermediary race.
Right. And if we want to be, we got to keep it real, because a lot of melanated people want to keep saying that white people are like this totally different species, like they're grafted, they're this, and the third, when the science say that white people just don't have a lot of melanin and they're a version of albino, which traces back to the African gene. So the Africans, the Asians / hence Caucasians, they are related.
Mm-hmm. Might be something else.
So today, because of the conditioning we've been given, we're thinking something different when these are family members. You all don't see it that way. But they know who their bloodline is. Okay? And if people look at stuff the way it is versus the way they were taught, the pieces to the puzzle will line up. So white people are nothing but black people. Just, they have a condition called albinism, albino. Point blank simple. White people come from black people. All right? And if black people were the original people on the planet, all over the planet, how can we remotely think that black people wasn't running stuff? Does that even make sense? That doesn't make sense. That's like your great-great-great-great-grandparents, and then your grandparents was like, I've always been running stuff. How? How, Sway? How? It's not possible. All right. So, this other picture, the first Bryant Baptist Church. Oh, wow. So January 20th, 1788. Okay. All right. So that's just the stone he was showing. All right. So who is this? Oh, okay. So I'm sorry.
A little reset. No, I was just saying a little reset, little reconstruction happened in between there.
Absolutely.
1788 and 1873. I mean, when it was rebuilt.
Yeah. Resets. And we don't even know how the original church looked. Because now I saw some pictures of Savannah before all the alleged fires and stuff broke out down there. Because, you know, it's always some goddamn fires that's taking out all these stone buildings, right? And those were castles. Literally, they were castles on that coast, that Savannah coast. So we don't even know what the original 1788 building, we don't even know what it looked like. And not only that, we don't even know how long that's been standing. That it was standing, rather. Because it was probably used for something else before they really start bringing in this religious shit.
Yeah, because you know you got all kinds of history down there, and them city names match up with how them buildings was looking. You got Rome, Georgia, Athens, Georgia,
Absolutely.
And a lot of architecture be looking straight up out of like Greece or something.
Absolutely, because it's a one world system. It always has been. That rose up like Brother Odel then broke down to us. It ultimately rose up to the Vatican. The Vatican is the one that gives the authority for all of these religions. And Islam, Baptist, any slice of Christianity you want to put on it, Buddha, and them, all of that.
And these people here are commissioned to get the populace to go along with the thing to get themselves enslaved.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Because they work for the Vatican. They work for the
absolutely. They roll up to them. Absolutely.
They roll up to them. They know the thing. Because when I was a kid, the pastor came in from Texas. He was a principal in Texas when I was a kid, and he was already pretty well off. He could always buy his cars cash.
Well, you know, them pastors some big pimpins.
Yeah, they are. And he was handsome too, you know, by the way.
And they be the one slinging more dick up in the church.
Yeah, and he was really light-skinned.
Oh, child, you know he was getting it in.
Yeah, so, you know, so he was able to, you know, tell everybody else about Jesus, how Jesus is going to take care of you. But actually what he's saying is Jesus is going to take care of me. And that's what people don't understand. It's a gimmick. It's a game. It's like, you know, they're using our people to get over and change into what this corporate society wants us to be.
And the flip side of that, to add on to what you're saying, sis, again, we're talking about your soul.
Yeah.
We're talking about capturing your soul.
And they know it because they're Masons.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And now, again, if that's your religion, that's what you grew up with, that's none of my business. I'm not trying to shame anybody, down anybody, do you, boo. But just realize you roll up to something and it's putting a stamp and a hold on your soul.
Yeah.
Now, if that's what you want, that's your business and that's your right as a divine being. But just understand what it is. That's all we're saying. But this church and this religion has been used for colonization for a hell of a long time.
Long time.
And to be, if we gonna keep it real, if we gonna keep it a buck up in here, to me, this religion was the final straw to bring down the indigenous people in the Americas.
Clandestinely.
It was the final straw.
Through the women.
Exactly. 5 preachers talking them up, chatting them up.
Yeah, like a pimp.
Like a pimp.
Praise the Lord.
Well, Rhonda, I think Brother Sean trying to get off mute. He got his hand up.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm trying to process what you're saying about the women, because you can maybe say that today.
Back in the day, it was really bad.
No, because our aunties took us to church. Grandma took us to church.
Yeah, but definitely. But I'm talking about back then. I'm not going to put that on the women, that it was the women falling all out on church. Now, Big Mama and them and the ones before us, absolutely. Because it had been ingrained in them at that point.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah, because black women carry the church today. They literally carry the church today, and I'm not gonna sit here and argue with you on that. They still carry the church today.
But I'm saying, if you weren't waiting for Jesus to come save you and you tapped into nature, a lot of this would not have happened. But that's what I'm saying. They had to have somehow tricked the woman to fall into the realms of the church. Yeah, okay, say it like that. Yes, the men's were the ones leading it, but they needed you, the woman, to now be the leader. They wanted to pass it on to you to say that you're the one to take the leadership of the church, even though that they're the ones.
The women don't lead the church.
That's what I mean.
They have women uphold and support the church, but they don't lead the church.
They needed your support.
Right. They definitely needed women's support to keep it going. But women don't lead the church.
No,
and when the men lost, let's be motherfucking clear up in this bitch.
Because it's the preacher, not the preacher.
When y'all got y'all asses kicked, men, we were colonized.
Fact.
When y'all was off smoking weed, drinking Henny, and shooting motherfucking dice with the enemy, and signing off on those motherfucking treaties, those were men that did that. So let's get this motherfucking shit clear. Your job is to protect the kingdom. So when the men fell, we were conquered. Let's keep the story straight. We were conquered.
Okay.
But now fast forward, absolutely black women support the church that's being ran by men.
Well, then that's the effect then, yeah. You were tapped into nature, and now they have you tapped into Jesus.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to say that that's part of the curse, and that's part of being these men who were master magicians in this basically demonology. They did, of course, the women wasn't a part of this, but what happened was, I feel like they needed their unconscious consent to harness They needed their unconscious consent to harness that energy. Because of course the men ain't gonna do shit with a church, but the church for them was a financial thing. It was a social engineering control thing. But you can't move the people spiritually in a soul without that feminine energy, that chaos energy.
Agreed.
And you know that some are unconscious that they have this energy and they can just siphon off of it just by you listening to a good ass song. You don't know what they talking about, but you can hear praising Marduk and Bow and Incan and Leo, and they just siphon that energy to, do what they got to do. And the women is not like knowing all of like, oh yeah, let me just give my energy to this shit. But that's the setup. The men bringing in the bullshit and the women is unconsciously consenting their energy to it.
And I'm gonna take it even let's look at the nature. Let's look at, throw all that, because what I need you indigenous men to understand, women are going to do what we are supposed to do for our babies to survive. So if you are conquered, what are we supposed to do?
Protect the child.
Or any future children that you're thinking about having, or your motherfucking self.
So you'll do whatever is necessary to protect the child.
So weren't there a lot of Black Europeans marrying indigenous women? Yes, we know they were. All you got to do is look at your fucking family history and records. How do you think we got these surnames? So, indigenous men of America,
marriage is spell a contract.
This is about losing wars.
Can you unmute Brother Odel, please, Auntie?
Yeah. That's what this is about. And you have to be honest with yourself. Now, folks, absolutely. I'm not saying that our ancestors didn't fight. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that. What I am telling you all, you lost. We lost. And if we do not have the mindset on why we lost, how we lost.
What was the prize that we lost?
Right. What we really lost, it's going to continue to be that. We're not going to paint the story that women just let somebody smooth talk them out of their motherfucking drawers. Not this particular story.
I'll even go as far to say this is when the matriarchal system actually came into play.
It started before that.
No, but I'm saying on our part of the land, where now, as you said, the women were being led by the women, the men got conquered, and now the women are being led by the men. You see the play?
Because I'm going to just slow this down again. Because I've said this several times. Once the indigenous people, and this is not only in the Americas, this is all across Mother Earth. Once the indigenous people start breaking universal laws,
left them open.
Start not being the caretakers of the planet, they got conquered.
Facts.
Men were never supposed to be in charge over no land and resources. Because they are not inherently the heirs to the land. And what did the indigenous population around the world do? What did the men do? You start negotiating shit with the land that you had no fucking authority to do in the first place. The land and the resources.
Well, I'll say they probably were playing on the egos, where no people say you have to ask the wife. Oh, you got to go ask your wife to do that? Oh, you're not a man.
And that very well could be true. I'm just telling you all from a spiritual perspective why the indigenous populations were conquered.
Mechanism.
We were supposed to be stewards of the land, and they literally made it into like a contract, a business, a surname.
Exactly. And you were breaking universal law. When we allow, because it's certainly not my job as a woman, I see a motherfucker, let's say I'm at the shore, gardening, doing whatever the fuck I'm doing, and I see this boat coming up. Now, I know that ain't such and so them. I know that ain't Hattie made them people. So I go get my old man. Y'all need to go see what's up with this. I see this boat coming out here. Because it ain't my job to stand there, wait for them to get there and fuck them up. That's your job as men to handle that. You invited them in, smoked weed, sipped Henny, start cutting business deals, allowing them to fur trap. You were breaking universal law. Right the fuck there. Because you did not need to negotiate any sort of business or trade with those folks.
Facts.
Men led women and children into this. Let's be clear. So no amount of double talking, and I'm talking black men in general, this double talking, you have to take ownership of that. And until you understand the root of the problem, you're going to continue to be conquered. And so you let another man come in and conquer you. Because even within your own folks that were in your region, territory, y'all was stabbing each other in the motherfucking back. So you let another men come and conquer you that just so happen to have melanated skin tone. You kept fighting each other. And they were like, you know what? We got to put a new face of the enemy on this shit.
Right.
Let's get our white brothers and sisters. Let's start putting them in these places. Now you have another group of men conquering you.
And they're telling you that's your enemy.
So the point being, until men understand what the true game is, you're going to stay conquered.
The woman.
Don't ever bring a woman into a conversation about you being conquered as a man. Let me say that for the slow ones in the back. Do not ever bring a woman's name or children into a conversation about being conquered. That is your job as a man. And if you cannot do it, if you cannot keep me out of being conquered as a woman, I'm going to pick what's best for me and hence any future children. That's how it's played.
And get mad.
Why, hence, fast forward, I say, what the fuck do I need you for? I know what I'm talking about. Because if you think I'm finna sit up here and stay conquered in this conquered state with you, because you can't do your motherfucking basic job on this goddamn planet, which is build, provide, and protect, you done lost your whole entire mind. My accountability as a woman is to make sure any future children that I may think about have is taken care of. Or what's the fucking point? I am negligent as a woman if I bring my babies into some bullshit because you sitting up conquered. So let's keep the story straight. Men have to get honest. And I'm specifically talking about black men. You got to get honest about how you got here and what the fuck you're going to do to get out the situation. And your time is ticking. Because they resetting on your ass yet again. But your focus on women and children. No, your focus should be protecting, building, and providing for women and children. That's the fuck your focus should be on. What a woman wearing on her head, what she wearing on her body. Nigga, I don't want to hear none of that. Get out and get to that serious business or get eliminated. Women, stop letting these puss ass, and I hate to even say pussy because the pussy is strong. These punk ass motherfuckers run that game on you.
Say beta, but
shit. So, all right, let's get to this last picture. Okay. All right, so, all right, the first colored Baptist church, wow, in North America at Savannah.
Period.
Wow.
So this was the first Baptist. I was
right,
about
that Baptist congregation. Because what it was, what did them Huguenots come over as? Were they Presbyterians?
Yeah, Methodist.
Methodist.
Yeah, Methodist.
Yeah, Methodist.
The AME church, breaking that down, the AME church is highly influential in all of that shit.
And they still, AME church is still influential today. Shout out to Legendary Topcats for breaking all that down. Absolutely. Yeah.
I never did know what they were. Of all the time I was in Christian stuff, I never knew what an AME was.
With African Methodist, it's the Hebrew Episcopalia.
Yeah, Episcopalian.
Okay.
Another thing I want to say that a lot of times at this time too, the church and the school institution was one and the same. So you going to
absolutely
you going to church at the same time, and so that's how we get down where these same Black Europeans, these same institutions is just the same format you see in the churches is in the school board education and everything.
Absolutely. And so that's indoctrination. Because at that point you're already colonized.
Yeah.
If they coming up here setting up churches with they motherfucking legs crossed, this, that, and the third, you're already colonized.
You're coming to civilize the land, purified of its heathenist actions. Or
so folks are assimilating at that point, because if the men said, well, fuck it, we lost, what the women supposed to do?
We gave up to Jesus.
It became survival at that point.
In the fight, they gave up to Jesus.
It became survival. Why do you think that most of our families did not keep insisting on you're Indian, you're Indian, you're Indian? It was because of safety purposes.
It was a law. It was a law, but you can't say it too in some places.
So that's colonization at that point.
And the church is housing all this.
Mm-hmm.
So shout out to Back for What's Mine for that piece.
Up to you, bro.
So Nisi Poo and Son Scotty, y'all still got stuff. Brother Odel's in the house too. But I know y'all had other stuff. What else y'all got to cover? Damn, it's 10 o'clock already. Child in our defense, we didn't have technical difficulties.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if we wanted to, push it to the next week's timeline or how we want to do this. Brother Odell in the house now, because we need to get as much as through this ascension information as possible, because Brother Odell be having so much.
He does.
And
I know.
So dense, so I mean, the one article is the commerce with the Indian tribes. It's rather short. I can do that one.
Okay.
But the one that The other one with Sis Tamika is a longer one.
Okay,
so
we'll leave that one for next week then. And so if you want to do the article on do your article, go ahead on, bring it up on the screen. Or you got it on the screen, or you just gonna read it?
I can bring it up on the screen and read it because it's just Commerce with Indian Tribes, Article 1.
Okay, she cooking
8.
dinner anyway. Okay, that's perfect, Niecy Pooh. Just do it next week then.
Okay, cool.
Okay, she said the articles go hand in hand. So, all right. Okay, she said let's wait for both of them. So that solves it. Okay. Mama done spoke, and she's cooking. So we'll just save that for next week. So we're going to get on with Brother Odel. Are you there?
Woo!
Oh, there
Can you hear me?
wasn't that a hot mess?
That's a big old mess. That's a big old mess. We've had a massive mess today. It's not been good, man. I've been cut off. You've been cut in. We've been cut out and been cut in and cut out.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad.
Yeah. I know. You've been dropping off. I've been cut off. You've been dry. It's just been crazy. It's not been great for me either, to be fair. It's not been great at all. To be honest. I thought I'd be all right, and it's just been nothing but I've had nothing but trouble like yourself. It's been the plane tonight.
All of us all of a sudden had internet connection problems.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think we better be. They're wanting us to go out today.
Yeah, and I'm like, y'all just proving our point that the information must be hitting on something, because we sit here just doing our thing.
Subversive censorship tactics.
Right. So, but we're ready. Welcome back. It's good to see you back, our UK brother.
Well, how is everybody this good evening? Well, it's daytime for me here.
I know it's daytime.
It's free the AM here. Oh
my goodness.
And it's starting to get light. It's starting to get a little bit light. There's a little bit of creaks of light over here.
It's a full moon. It's a full moon over here.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just saying 3 a.m. They say that's the witching hours.
Ooh, child.
Full moon over here in Canada. So.
Oh my days. Yeah. Well, I think what we'll do then is I don't think we'll take no risks this week. I think I'm gonna have to be careful because they're playing havoc. But seeing as you're on this church thing, sister, can I just share a couple of images?
Absolutely, because that's a perfect thing for you to come in. So you should be able to share. So
listen, I'm not playing this thing, but I've been on this for about a minute. So I'll just show you a couple of things from and let's see what you say.
Okay.
You're going like this. You know what I'm like. Once I get ready to share, you're going like this anyway. I'm going to bring this up. You know me, I don't play.
I know.
Okay. Can you see?
It hasn't kicked over yet. Okay, hold it right. Oh, child, wait, hold it now. Let me get the fam. Child.
I'm gonna make this a bit bigger, so 1 minute.
Okay, no worries. Where's my display thing? There it is, display capture. Right, this part.
I'm not done yet. That's bad, but hey, go.
This part. So I just want to make sure my eyeballs. This is in Russia too, isn't it?
Yeah, read for the rest of us.
Yeah, that's right. But this is the Council of Nicaea 325 AD. Just confirming what the sister is saying. The church over here, and where I'm from, the church was melanated.
Yeah,
exactly.
You
so the white man did not bring you that Bible.
Nope.
So you're saying this is a depiction of the Council of Nicaea?
Yes, sister. Yeah. I'm saying that.
Who gives?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Who gave you Jesus?
Okay. All melanated.
And those really were missionaries then.
And they trick you into it. Because they know who you are because they wanted you.
Right.
Now remember, this was all over the planet. So any indigenous person.
They need to tap into the female.
I like to see that.
And remember, they started getting rid of the priestesses and the oracles.
Yep.
They started getting rid of them first.
Yep.
So they had to go underground. You had to hide that you knew that knowledge.
And you know, you say that the black man needs to step up and protect. I'm looking at it from the perspective of they've actually put us in a position that they have access to the woman free and clear by giving you guys benefits and saying if the man's in the house, you're not going to get it. You put him out of the house.
You don't need to be. You absolute right. I'm gonna put your motherfucking monk ass
Planned Parenthood. I've been telling you that anyway. Pence betrayer blood. I've been saying that Pence betrayer blood. Man, I've already gone through that still. Planned Parenthood and Pence betrayer. They've been on that thing, blood. This is I keep telling everybody this is more recent, fam. It's not an old thing, blood. This has only been in since the 1700s based on the mental mud flood. I'm going to cover that at some point.
Agree.
We haven't got that yet.
But
they make it out there being on this timeline for time, sister, but they have not. But go ahead.
Yeah, so let's just address this putting out the home. Let's be clear. I'm putting your motherfucking monk ass out. Because why the fuck you as a man are going to depend on another man to feed yourself, your child, and me.
Right. You don't need
I'm putting you the fuck right on out. Showing the fuck is. So you cannot use welfare as an excuse.
I'm not using an excuse. I'm saying that gives them full access.
No. You give them full access. Because should no man be able to roll up on your woman and give her some shit that you can't give her?
Yes, you're right. Yes. By the absence of the man not being there to provide for the woman, it gives the government the ability to step into that
and so
position.
whose fault is that?
No, I'm not disputing the fault. I'm just saying that is, as I said, an access that they're using. I wasn't putting blame on it, but yes, it is the man's fault for not being able to protect the child, the woman and child by being in that position for the woman. But I'm saying that is what they're using, that access by putting us, or like I said, making us incapable of doing things.
No, you're making yourself incapable.
I'm giving them a little.
You're making yourself incapable. Because I'm going to ask you again, what is your purpose on this planet?
To provide and protect.
So if you can't do and build, because y'all like to leave that build up out of there.
Well, provide, protect is the same thing. I can't provide.
I'm going to be specific. Build, provide, and protect. So if you can't do that,
provide, protect.
What is your use on this planet?
None.
Exactly. So it ain't that they using nothing as an excuse. As a man, you put women and children in that position.
Well, I know what they used to do, and men I knew, they like to strut their stuff, that stuff they had to strut is more important than anything else on this planet. And that stuff ain't that important. You know what I'm talking about.
And that goes back to what I said earlier is my accountability. Y'all want to talk about accountability of women. My accountability is to make sure my children and my future children are taken care of.
We have to do it.
So if you can't do it, I'm going to have to find somebody else that can do it. Right. And shame on you that I have to go to the enemy to get said benefits.
Exactly.
Because you are conquered.
But the enemy wants you though.
It don't matter what you let the enemy have because you left me abandoned.
Right.
So at the end of the day, this is about what you're doing.
Not doing.
I know it's a hard concept. Y'all gonna get it. You gonna get it messing with me.
I know the position I'm in.
So, all right, Brother Odell, we are ready, beloved.
Yeah, no, you're fine. It's no rush. So you'll just see. Oh boy. So this is the image again. The third, that Council of Nicaea. I just may have to make it a bit bigger because again, this is what I've been finding. I found this yonkies ago.
So just to be clear, the Council of Nicaea is where they invented Jesus. I mean Jesus, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't want to lie upon them.
325 AD.
Right.
But you can see here who was there. Who was there?
Black folk.
And
Okay.
let me just find another one. This
like
is a different one.
Exactly.
So
my question is, why doesn't the Pan-Africans want to take credit for this type of their history? How come they don't celebrate?
Because you know why? You know why, nephew? Because that means the white man ain't that devil.
Correct. I know, right?
You can see there's more images of the Ecumenical councils, and I think I've got one more that I've got. There's the last one, Ecumenical Council.
This is where they came from, kings and queens, like right here, guys. Like, be proud of that shit. Be proud of that.
Let's pull it up.
Yeah, cause shoot, y'all shoot. I don't know about y'all, but baby, my feelings was hot when I found all this out. I'm like, you means to sit up here and tell me this was black on black first?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
My feelings was hurt. Don't just sit up here and think I was all comfy cozy with it. My feelings was crushed, but then it started to make much more sense.
You know, back in the day, the men used to prey on the women because the women could get the money from the government. It was an intentional thing they were doing.
Yeah. Like I said, Planned Parenthood, if you just look into it, it was all about the destruction of the family. That's what that's the whole thing. If you look into what I was with I don't use that other term, black. I don't use that term. Right. But I call it melanated Wall Street. If you look into melanated Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma, that when we had our base back then, the families were together. It's only really since the 60s when they had so-called the civil rights movement. That was Martin Luther King, who again was a Knight of Malta. And he talked about this. You're integrating into a burning house. He told you the truth. And they murdered him for it. Because he knew what was going on. Because he was a Knight of Malta. Because he worked for the Pope. This is what people don't realize.
And he also told melanated people that what you're, what did he say? Something about in your own land. He was telling the indigenous melanated people.
You're captive in your own land.
Yeah, you're captive in your own land. Absolutely. And they like, oh, we got to get his ass up out of here.
Same with Malcolm X. Same thing happened with Malcolm X when he went to Saudi Arabia and that French guy was speaking to him. Same thing with him. He found out the truth and he started telling it. So what did they do? Crooks in action. They
got rid of him too. And he also told indigenous people, you're the Indian. You don't like to be called. You don't want to be called that. But that's what you are. And those are two that Pan-Africans love to use, but they forget them quotes. Yeah. Y'all skipped over them quotes, huh?
Keep them in the Muslim Brotherhood.
Elijah Paul Bey, and that was Elijah Muhammad. And again, he's another one who's in the temple with Jurali. And when this got the treaties from when the Vatican got the Lateran Treaty of 29, I've not read that yet, but we will do it at some point. When they got the original titles to land over there, and this is due to what happened, and I've quoted this from Woodrow Wilson in 13, when people have fee simple absolute, and they have their titles over there, and obviously the Vatican took them, and the Vatican has still got them now. We've been talking about all this stuff.
And see, over here in the Americas, even with Drew Ali now, they infiltrated the indigenous people's stuff because they started marrying in and they started making these deals that they had no authorization to do.
They took head of the family at that point.
And that's what got us messed up with a lot of these treaties.
Yeah, so and that's this is on business 1913 with Woodrow Wilson. This is what I've said. This is not it's not as old as what they keep telling you it is. It's not. It's more. You know, this might be only 70 years old, 70, 80, 90 years old. It's not that long ago. It's not as long as what they're making up. They said like hundreds of years ago. I'm like,
all it is.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And we will get onto that at some point when I start covering the mental mud flood. We will get on that because I definitely.
Come back in. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Odel.
No, you're fine. Yeah, he needs to get back in. Yeah, and so with the mental mud flood in the 1700s. So this is, like I said, I think this is only recent. I've always said this. It's not as long as what these people are making out. And before then, like I'm showing, as the sisters correctly pointed out, the churches they were melanated over here, over this side of the water where I am at. They were melanated.
That's where they came from, though. That was their base.
Absolutely.
You know, that's proven. I'm just sitting showing the imagery. You know, I found this stuff. I've got bare things that I can show, just like, and I'm not even on my laptop at the moment. My laptop's getting fixed as well. I've got to get that sorted. There's something that needs doing on it. Back up your
stuff, Brother Odel, too.
I know. I'm gonna have to because I can't.
I don't know if you know that I went through a lot to last week's show. I had to. Thank God I had it recorded because I couldn't even take that music out on the live video.
I should have let you know. Yeah,
no, it's all good. I mean, in our defense, we cut it off, and they were still like, "Nah, blocked."
Well, obviously they're going to block that. It's about the information. It was nothing to do with the music. Then, is it? You took it off. Then there's no excuse.
Yeah. Really? Well, I was trying. I couldn't even edit the video, and they said it was too long. But I always record my stuff and back it up. So I'm just saying all that to say, make sure you back up your stuff, child, because child. So, all right, but we ready whenever you ready, brother. So
so I was just saying.
Council of Nicaea. They did this in Rome.
Rome, yeah. This is a Council of Ephesus. So I've got Council of Ephesus and Council of Nicaea. But my point is who was there.
Yep.
It's to show that it's to back up where you're talking about these churches and all this over on the land where you're talking over there. Well, look who was really in there. Exactly. I just want to point that out because they make it out like it's not like that. So I just wanted to share that. That was my priority.
So much.
So back up.
That.
Brother Odel, what I found interesting was that in England, they're wearing this type of regalia. And what I think is interesting, when they came to America, now they're wearing a plain suit and tie. And I think that's where we're getting lost because we're seeing them in this type of outfit, but now they're coming to the shores with just a plain black suit and tie.
Except for the preachers. They get on their robes.
Well, yeah, for that one particular day, but they just dress normal.
So. Yeah, otherwise.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They don't show off their stature in public in America, but in England they were showing them off.
You know, I want to mention something. There was one pope, giving him credit. His name was Pope Arian. He went against the Council of Nicaea, and they said he was melanated in the books. You know, when I was being taught it. Well, look who's they're all melanated, but they turned against him and hunted him down to kill him because he's the one who went against the doctrine of teaching Jesus. Pope Arian.
So again, just to reiterate to the fam, because Brother Odel went over this in detail, we have to understand that Christianity or religion in general, it's twofold.
Yes.
It's commerce.
Yes.
And it's soul capturing.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the really wealth we know is in your soul. It's you.
Correct.
That's the purpose of religion.
Period.
Commerce started with religion. This man that went all the way back to the Egyptian time, Babylonian time. So Inky Binky Them's people. He literally went and showed you the origins of all of that, all of it. And last week when we had that wave up, and he had the timeline, and he literally showed you where they're giving you the story of the Bible at that 6,000 year mark.
Yep.
But it was stuff that happened before then, which we've been telling y'all that for years.
Yep.
So when we talk about colonization, it's deeper. We're talking about colonizing the realm.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Through the female.
Okay.
Sisters
so yes,
made that very
colonizing the realm through the female or woman, because we're women. We're not some type of animal dog. We're women. By overthrowing the women.
I'm not a doctor.
And it's been downhill from that point.
Yep.
So folks gonna have to get their soul in order if you want to move on from the muck and mire. It's just that simple.
And I say the trick is they want the indigenous men to start living like them, so we leave our women behind, because in their lifestyle.
But you've already done that. As a collective, you've already done that. It ain't what they want. They've already done.
Okay.
If you want to put a they in it, it's already been done.
Correct.
Yep. Like that's it's been like that. As I talked about Planned Parenthood, the families have been. Pretty much the men have been kicked out. Specifically, the men have been kicked out specifically really heavily since civil rights, when apparently everybody was being integrated. It was going to be nice and fair. No, they've been pretty much splitting up the family and making them latchkey kids and single mothers and all that rest of it. And again, that's pens portray where the state or government, governmental, becomes the daddy. And that's why they get involved, because you register the children under 62 AKV. Keep saying this, that's why I can't get out of 62 AKV. And again, we've mentioned it, since I already told you, claiming souls, that's convocation. I've been talking about this. We've mentioned very clearly that they know what they've been doing. And this battle has always been for the mind. So if you're mentally strong, regardless, you build, I agree with the sister on this, you build, you provide, and you do your own thing outside of the illusion.
Absolutely.
You're still going to be there, but you still, you know, if you operate, you got operate privately and operate outside of their system. The only thing is that what I've realized is they just don't like you telling the truth on their system. But if you're on the private side, you want to operate outside, then yeah, you can do that. That's quite fine. But that means you can't take their services, you can't get involved with anything that they want on all their hospitals.
Exactly. And which
zero.
Folks are going to struggle with. And that's why.
That's what the problem is. Because they don't build, like you said.
They don't build. And people be thinking, oh, you're getting down on me. And well, I really am getting down on you. But it's for a purpose. Because if you're not going to set up that infrastructure and you're depending on your oppressor, you don't have no stake.
You can't set terms and conditions.
And you're not getting down. You're setting far higher. To say like that.
I know. I don't care. I know y'all get it. But that's the point. That's why we keep telling you. You're only going to get through this through yourself and your family. And as long as you derail the conversation from self and your family, you're not finna get nothing out of this. When you talk about sovereignty, you can't talk about sovereignty and have your hand out.
No, you can't.
We gotta keep it real. You cannot talk sovereignty and have your hand out. You have to be prepared. If you want those services, the running water, this, that, and the other, the comforts that we've gotten used to,
your comforts,
you have to build those things. And we don't want to be honest with ourselves and have the conversation on the conditions as a collective in the Black community that the family is in shambles.
It's chaos. There's chaos. And again, I agree with you, sister. And again, Planned Parenthood, once the men was out of the house and it's under Penn's portrayal, you've got the school education, you've got the church education, and so they're becoming the dad. to the children, and therefore the program is running. What you see, and then you're seeing what you see in society: absolute chaos, and that's how they get their order through order, abdicate, or through chaos we bring order. Hegelian dialectic: problem, reaction, solution. This is nothing new. They're not clever, these people.
No, it's the same.
Figured this out by now. Exactly.
It's the same script. So
the fact that we continue following the script.
Exactly. So Freeman says, well, me believe our women have brainwashed and take benefits and privileges and have been brainwashed by Western civilization. So look down on us men. Again, what did I tell you? Me as a woman, what am I accountable for?
So.
To myself, my children, and my future children. Do you think for one bit I'm finna let my baby starve fucking with you? If a woman is taking benefits, if another man can offer your woman something that you cannot,
she'll take it.
For whatever reason you want to give, whose fault is that? That's your fault. That's not Western civilization's fault. That's your fault. You are conquered to the point where another man is taking care of your woman and your children. So how can you as a man look me in the face and tell me I'm supposed to let my baby starve? I'm brainwashed.
No, because by nature, you're going to protect your child.
Right.
Because what that said government is giving a woman, you mean to tell me as a man you can't even match that?
Bare necessities.
Basics.
What you telling me as a man, you cannot match the welfare system, which is below the poverty level, and the women are brainwashed?
Yeah, it's problems, fam.
No.
You can't be saying that. You can't be saying that.
And that's a problem, brother, for you to even have that mentality. As an elder, that's a problem.
It's not like the government gives the women Mercedes.
No, it's not. It's not like the. This is the thing about the welfare state, and it's still from your own estate anyway. The statutory case, but that's not the point we're making.
Yeah, that's not the point we're making.
Like we're making it. It's not the point we're making it. The point is, it's not like the gung ho and riches. Like you're living like a king's ransom. You're not. It's just the bare basics.
Everybody know that. You ain't balling off no welfare.
No, you're not.
Surviving.
It's insulting at this point.
So there's no reason why you can't get off your back and exactly. And you can't match that. That's pathetic. You know how much you can't match. That's pathetic. It's pathetic.
Can you look me in the face as a man? Matter of fact, government, you ain't got to kick him out. He already gone.
Exactly. That's a waste of space.
You don't need to be up in here, bruh.
You can't even get the basics done. That's ridiculous.
For my babies to
You're not even looking at. You don't even talk about leading a king's ransom. Just the basics. And you can't do that.
$500 for 3 kids.
You're done out here. You're done out here. Simple. If you can't do that, you're done out here.
Yeah, I mean, you're done. You ain't supposed to be in no household.
No.
That's why women, be careful who you have children with.
Standards.
Be very, very, very extremely careful. I ain't got it to give. I'm not the 1, not the 2, not the 3. I'm going to tell you again what women are accountable for. For self and to put their babies in the best position that they can.
That's right.
So if you've always taken care of your children, what are you talking about? Why would you as an elder formulate your thoughts that a woman is brainwashed for taking benefits. If you've taken care of your children as a man, how can a welfare check even cross your mind that a woman is being brainwashed? Is that what you tell your daughters if you have daughters? Or do you teach your daughters if a man can't take care of you, you don't need to be with him? See, you can't have it both ways. As an elder, you're out of line. You never should be telling any man that they're not supposed to do it. Again, because I've seen it done to some men, so I'm going to say to you again. Because you said you take care of your children, but your logic's not matching up. So you got the right one today. You've seen what done to other men? Welfare put other men out the home? I'm confused. I'm confused.
The only thing I can think is when he's saying that women will take the welfare despite having a man that can provide. That's the only thing I can think.
Why in the fuck would a woman do that? Don't play with me.
Well, like I said, that's the only thing.
Don't play with me. Welfare is below the poverty line.
She ratchet. I don't know. Can't take
Dude, I'm gonna say it again, nephew, because I will reach through this motherfucking ether.
I'm with you, Auntie. You know, you're not with you,
out of you. Don't play with me. Ain't no woman going to kick a providing man out of the home and over welfare.
Oh, that's not gonna happen, Auntie.
So now y'all want to run that bullshit ass logic by me again?
What I'm saying is that she's not kicked out, but still accept that she has the welfare.
I'm going to say again. If you are providing above the poverty line, I'm going to kick you out the home for under the poverty line? No.
Okay, that's well. There you go.
No. I'm kicking your motherfucking monk ass out the house because I am on welfare.
That's crazy.
And you're crossing your motherfucking legs, taking up a plate for these babies. Bruh, you gotta go. So again, any man that you let welfare take you out of the home, you ain't supposed to be there. Alphabet men, government agencies, I agree. They shouldn't be in the home. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. As an elder, you should be ashamed of yourself. You should have been checking those younger men. I have seen women have a good man that provides and does not want to be a wife because she wants to run the streets. We ain't talking about running no motherfucking streets. Let's stick to the subject.
That's not wifey anyways.
You said welfare. So I ain't here to play with you. We're not talking about running no streets. We're talking about the welfare. That welfare you said that woman chose over the men. Let's stick to the topic. And I'm going to say again, you ought to be ashamed of yourself for even repeating something like that as an elder. And you too, nephew Nuwat, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
I'll just help Matt out, eh? I'm just trying to bring up conversation.
It's not fucking acceptable.
Never said it was.
That's not manhood.
I'll tell you my position in manhood is when you put the woman in a position that she would be better if you were there with her. If you're there, you should be adding to her life. I personally would want to put my woman in a house that I would provide, not necessarily the government provide. Because again, you having another man put food in a woman's mouth, that's not how. Yeah. When another man's putting money in your pocket, then that man deserves your wife. That's all it is.
Right. Y'all arguing two different points. Now I'm arguing what the fuck he put up there.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
I ain't arguing no two different points. First of all, they put the dad on child support. The only way she can get a check is if he isn't working, period, and they only give you a few $100s a month.
Yeah, but if he should be working, though. He should be working.
So they ain't finna come up here and tell women, if you think you finna sit on my motherfucking platform and say women prefer to be on welfare over having a functioning, working man with a job above the poverty line, you out of your motherfucking mind. That doesn't even make simple, basic economic sense. They're getting kicked out the home because you are of no value.
You already said it. The guy didn't have a job.
Again, some women will choose welfare or their job over a man because it gives them power and power to defy a man's authority. Again, you motherfucking right. Because you're broke. What authority should you have having me and my children live in poverty? Now you gotta fucking go, bruh. You gotta fucking go. You're of no use. So nobody gives a fuck about you and your feelings because you kicked out the house because you can't make above the poverty line because you can't sustain a family. I give no fucks about that. Again, women, alphabet boy, men, government, keep kicking them out. Women, keep kicking them out. Nobody wants to hear that sad motherfucking story. Because if you were doing your job as a man, you wouldn't be fucking kicked out.
She can't kick you out of your own shit.
So nobody wants to hear that. These are broke men conversations. You do know that.
You do. I'm not that individual. You're right.
These are broke men and broken men and conquered men conversations.
All right.
So the fuck what if they get welfare and child support? Your old ass just making it worse and worse, and I'ma keep raking you over the motherfucking coals.
You're on your own.
Oh my God.
You're on your own.
If I just told you welfare is below the poverty line, nigga, what the fuck is you talking about?
Raise the bar, bro.
He's always gonna be talking about something. He don't want to be talking about the true and living God. So he wants some patriarchy. Like,
are you fucking serious?
He wants to be broken, still be the head of the household.
Let it go.
You think she's supposed to sustain a household over them funky ass few $100s?
It has to be something else involved.
And then she ain't supposed to get child support?
Yeah.
Are you supporting the child? No.
I mean, kids
support the child. How's the child being supported? Say that.
They growing.
Exactly, copper-colored Libra. See, I'm not the motherfucking 1, 2, or 3. Why would a woman put a man out over a few $100s? Who the fuck they think they playing with? You can't even really feed them babies well over a couple of $100s.
Clothe and entertain.
I don't even feed my motherfucking self over a couple of $100s a month.
Better not have boys because they eat you out of house and home.
Are they fucking kidding me?
I don't know what these people are thinking.
Yeah, Alabama. Child. See, I'm not the 1, 2, or 3. I told you I will cut a man's throat. I ain't got it to give to be fucking around with y'all. All this goddamn whining. Oh, what a woman do. Oh, what a woman do. Oh, I wake up a woman. When the fuck are you gonna man up? And again, millennials and Zs and even Gen Xers, because we didn't deserve this fucked up ass logic that some of these elders have.
Right.
The church.
I'm not asking him shit whether or not he's a veteran. We were specifically talking about welfare.
Yep.
That ain't, I'm not bringing veteran up in this conversation. We specifically said welfare, and he had a chance to let it go, but he kept coming up here justifying why a woman is wrong for kicking your monkey ass out versus that welfare check. I'm not bringing a motherfucking thing else into the equation.
I think it's personal. I think.
Welfare. Oh, so welfare is rich now. Listen, last time I looked at we've got welfare state here. And I don't know, I think our system is probably more generous than yours based on what you've told me, because you only get like a few hundred dollars. I don't know.
Less over there?
No, we get more.
Okay, y'all.
Yeah, we get more. We've got pounds. So over here, over here, you get like it's over over here, it's like a week. I think it's either week. I think it's weekly or 2 weekly. It's like I think it's like £200+. But that
200 a week.
Yeah, 200 plus pounds a week.
Do
but
get more than us, then.
Yeah, because that's equivalent. Because remember, the pound's worth more than $1. But not only that, but do you have housing benefit over there? Because we've got housing. I don't know if you can.
We do here, but it's a waiting list and all of that. But
yeah, we get like big housing benefit. So we might be. So our benefits is a slight little, but it still comes under statutory KV. You're only paying out your birth certificate anyway, so the whole thing's an illusion. But nevertheless, it's still a bit more generous over here. What they give the women, but still, even what I do, I still be the children would still be better off. You'd still be better off even with what I do. I'm not what I do is not even that. It's not even super. It's not even brilliant. But you'd still be better off. In fact, in general over here, most jobs just over broke. Most jobs over here would still keep you comfortably above the welfare thing, blood. You'll be comfortable with the welfare thing. So, like the sister saying, I'm gonna have to go over it. You could, even on the basic level, you'll be able to at least keep look after the youths then on a basic level. So
it's just ridiculous. And now he gonna come back and tell me some. Have you ever seen a woman get $4,500 a month? First of all, who the fuck getting $4,500? It ain't from no melanated men as a fucking collective. You don't even make that a month.
Oh, God.
So you want a motherfucker run that by me again? Because, see, I've pulled the stats for child support. Black women in the United States receive the least child support.
And no spousal at all, mostly.
So who the fuck is getting $4,500 a month and still get welfare?
And we should be trying to have a relationship where we stay in the house, not fighting over welfare and talk. Yeah.
And this is an elder. I want you all to take note. He's an elder. And you have come up into my motherfucking establishment and make every excuse how it's a woman's fault for looking out for herself and her children, and I fucking dare you.
Nah, B, if you had your own, she would come.
45 black men ain't even as a collective making no $4,500 a month.
That can be based child support. No.
Exactly. When the average black women are receiving $100. Do you motherfucking understand me? I pulled the stats.
Is that a week as well? That's $100 a week.
A month in child support. Brother Odell, a month.
But that's nothing. That's nothing.
How's
he arguing?
Why I will slice their motherfucking throat. Don't play with me.
Damn, man. I understand why you have an issue with that.
I pulled the stats.
We get more over here than that.
I give my son $100 for freaking candy. Like,
because y'all not making no money. Because the courts go by your salary, right?
Holy shit.
Don't they fucking go by your salary?
Yep.
Yeah,
that's all the fuck you could afford. 100. This is the average. Black women receive the less in child support. And that's if they get that funky ass $100 a month. So how in the fuck she's supposed to make it on that $100 a month? Of course she's gonna go on welfare. So now who the fuck again is receiving $4,500 a month? And on welfare, it sure ain't most black women.
She was a pimping for the boy.
Now you can go run that narrative maybe in the white community.
Yeah,
because again, it's set up to make it work for them. Even over there, even over here, you get more. It's set up like that. That's done deliberately. Even I found out that they've done that on purpose. That's not the point the sister's making. Even us, and I know I'm as a man, you're worse off in terms of you're working. Even on the basic level, you still have enough to make sure that the rent would be paid and put food on the table.
Basic expenses.
You might have tons left afterwards, but you'll be able to do the basics.
And that's
regardless.
respected. Who finna kick somebody out if we got a roof over our head? We're eating. Now, if I gotta go back there and sew some clothes, get on the what's-the-face rack, I'm gonna do that. But we're talking the basics here, and I don't care what you all say. Any man, you can't come and run that game on me. You don't understand the basics of manhood. And again, you as an elder, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Strive for more.
That's where these young men get that mentality from.
Facts. I can see why Auntie's so pissed.
See, you ain't playing... baby, I told you can't come up in here conning me. I pull the stats.
We shouldn't even talk about welfare in our community because we should be saying, "Oh, we've built this for the wife. We've been able to."
As a man, how could you fucking look me in my face and talk to me about some welfare and expect for me to have any semblance of respect for you? Not that we had to go on welfare because you lost your job. We on hard times, but you got your shit back together. Not that. You literally got these useless ass men talking about the welfare is against them and the woman is against them. No, bruh. You don't deserve any of that. Not none of the motherfucking WIC coupons, not no block of cheese, not the motherfucking dry powdered milk, not the EBT card. Women put their motherfucking monkey asses out.
Welfare used to be so poor for the woman. She couldn't even have a car worth anything.
And it's still that way.
I mean,
it ain't changed. She got to be doing a hell of a lot of side hustling and getting paid up under the table to get anything.
Yeah.
That shit got to be off the book. So who the fuck they think coming up? If you're not coming up in here, you're not fooling moi. So, Theo said you can't want to bash women for accepting assistance when, as indigenous men, we don't possess the resources to protect our own. Let me do the explosion.
Right, that's it. That's period.
I'm not the motherfucking one. Sorry, I didn't grow up with that. I don't know what the fuck you talking about. Neither one of my fathers wish a motherfucker would. Tell them I'm keeping them down because of some welfare. You will fuck around, get a gun pulled on you from my relatives. You got it fucked up.
The pride thing. Family bloodline came from wealth. We're not.
Shit, he know what's up. He ain't no youngin'. He know what's up. But this the logic you want to use, and I'm telling you, you out of order, and I'm not motherfucking accepting it.
Yes, this is actually one of those examples of the elders, and they still be stuck on this shit and trying to like groom the next generation into
and I
these
fucking resent it. I resent it. It's degeneracy.
The last thing is welfare.
That's your last resort if you have to.
Yeah, that's the last motherfucking resort. Who the fuck want to go through that? That's fucking humiliating. Are you fucking kidding me?
It's like hanging your drawers out on a line that's public.
Exactly. That is fucking humiliating. And as a man, you should be fucking humiliated. So, ladies, be extremely careful who you have children with. Because those are broke men logic. I ain't fencing to do shit men logic. I'm conquered logic. It's white supremacy logic. That's not a man.
No. You might as well get in the grave and bury himself.
Shit. Fuck wrong with you? And then want to run around the women won't what the woman won't let you do, how you want submission, how you want this, and nigga, you can't be the welfare check.
That's problems, fam. Real talk.
Right. It's a mental issue.
It is a mental issue. And see, I'm gonna cut your throat. I'm not the one. The fuck I look like telling any of my nieces, well, you know, you gotta keep that man in the house. You gotta keep that. First of all, niece, how the fuck you get pregnant by this motherfucking degenerate?
Well, that's probably where the violence
Let's have that discussion. All right, well, this baby already here. Bitch, you gonna have to do something. Because he's an anchor around your neck.
Right.
Just live in the basement, Mom.
He is a fucking anchor around your neck. And black women, when you keep holding on to these degenerate, no good ass, want to call themselves men, but they're not men. That's why you can't get anything good in your life.
Mm-hmm.
Because the universe is like, oh, why the fuck should I bring you anything? You letting him sit up with his motherfucking legs crossed, eating it up. I'm going to give you just enough to get by for the sake of them babies, not for you. He's a fucking anchor around your neck. Get rid of him.
And then too, he's talking on the unusual females that want to do that. He's not talking, we're talking average. And everything is average. You can't go on the sub-average people or the unusual people when you're analyzing something like this. We're talking about most of the average women. The nurturing mothers are doing this to keep their children alive.
That's their responsibility. Absolutely.
But there's this abnormal person always on the line somewhere, but we're not talking about this.
Right. You always gonna have some ain't shit ass women. We not on that. Let's stick to the conversation. The conversation was welfare took men out of the home. I know what this fucking conversation is about.
Right. And so if they meet some woman who doesn't fit that, that's that woman's problem. But most, on the average, don't meet that criteria that they use a man or throw him out when he's still, you know, when he's a good man and all that kind of stuff. He has to be doing way more than what he comes in there with because he's supposed to be the support of the house.
Exactly. Again, what the fuck do I need you for? So again, women, Be careful who you have children with.
But I'm going to tell you something. It's not a dime worth anything if a man abuses and mistreats a woman.
I agree.
You know, so if you come in there cussing her out, misabusing her, cheating on her, knocking around the walls, she needs to let you go.
Yeah, because ain't nobody taking that either. Let's be clear. Now, if you was providing and you was whooping up on somebody, those were the days of my grandma and them that put up with that. Well, not mine personally, because one of my grandmothers, she was gun-toting and pistol whipped folks. But the point being, that particular generation put up with that shit because they didn't have a choice.
Right. They had to have.
But nah, bro, you good as gone. Fuck you and your coins. I'm finna get my shit all the way together and do what I need to do.
Yeah, that's those kind of men, you know, have problems. They drink, they cuss, they gamble, they try to beat the woman up, they sleep around. I mean,
I don't have time for this foolishness.
Yeah,
and especially for elders to get up here with this bullshit. Yes, let's be honest. Most black women put up with a lot before they put you out the house. If we want to keep it real copper color, y'all put up with too much.
Yeah, you do.
Check my motherfucking resume. They be like, that bitch told me she done. I didn't know, nigga. You showed me out the gate who you were. And when you show me who you are, I have no choice but to believe you.
That's true.
But absolutely, most black women put up with a lot. They be in that shit for a decade. Shit, not me. Nigga, what?
Opportunity under the sun to change and grow up to
right. You be, he gonna change. This gonna happen. That's go. So I'm not exactly copper color leaf. I'm not the 1, the 2, or the 3. Don't come up in here with that degenerate ass logic.
Right.
Black women have let you motherfuckers skate for far too long.
Long time. And it just does nothing but hurt everybody. It hurts the children.
Yes, it hurt. We got broken communities. Literally a broken community.
And so you need to take the person who has bad aura and get him out the house because he ain't worth himself. Let's known to his own children and his wife.
Yeah, so you know what, folks, get it together. Y'all know the basics of fucking right and wrong. So you're not finna sit here and try to convince us of anything different. And if men don't know the basics of manhood, which a lot of black men don't, you don't deserve women, you don't deserve children. And black women, stop giving it to them. Being a father, being a husband, even being a mother, those aren't childlike things. So you can't have a childlike mentality. And the excuses that I hear is childlike. I ain't sitting up here talking about nothing revolutionary with this motherfucking scarf and hoodie on tonight. Ain't none of this shit revolutionary. This is the basics of manhood and womanhood.
Basics.
The fucking basics.
You know what? The better foundation you start out on, the better your life goes upward. But if you're on sinking sand, you might as well, throw in the towel because it ain't gonna stay under you. And when a guy comes into a relationship with lies and deceit,
cut that ass off, right off.
Time to go.
Yeah, cut that shit off at the gate. And R. Williams says, put up with the very bare minimum, and it's an motherfucking-lutely.
Right.
You put up with the bare minimum, you just add women. We talking about you women. And men, you can apply it to you also. But right. I'm on women now. You put up with the bare minimum, that's what the fuck you gonna get.
You get bare minimum back.
So where is your self-esteem? Again, as women, you are accountable for yourself and your future children. You are supposed to make wise selections.
Yeah.
And if that nigga switch it up, get rid of him.
Enough that people want to live in chaos. That's the fact.
Yeah, they want to live in chaos and then want to sit up
they don't work, and then you've got children in the house going all crazy because it's no good.
It's unacceptable.
Yeah, we've all been in it. We've all seen it, and we all know what should work and how it should work, and yet we're not. We're just seeing the chaos. And I'm seeing it. All the time. Even over here, there's a certain amount of it that goes on here. I think you lot are far worse over there. It's far worse over there, but. It's about choice. It's about choosing the right man in this case, in your case, or in the case of that woman.
It is serious business.
Yeah. I think people take it too lightly.
They take it very lightly. They take. I mean, people be calling themselves dating,
Tinder.
And oh well, I'm pregnant. Oh, okay, but I thought y'all really don't even like each other. Y'all stay arguing and fighting, because they don't take it seriously.
Yeah.
They're not taking it seriously. And where are the parents instilling the values in their children? This is what I expect out of you.
Yeah.
This is the type of woman that I expect for you to be with. This is the type of man I expect for you to be.
Standard.
And be with. I don't know nary of a man, I'm being country on purpose, nary of a man and father that's going to look his daughter in the face and say, baby, you let that man stay in that house regardless.
No.
As a matter of fact, real fathers say, if that motherfucker put his hands on you, you better call me and you leave. You always have a home with your father. That's what a motherfucking real father say.
Yep.
I can shut this motherfucking stream down right now and take my ass to my daddy house. So what the fuck y'all around here talking about?
Men are leaving their daughters for slaughter.
You doing that to your daughters? You don't have shit for your daughters?
So they're gonna grow up
because you didn't do it. You got that fucking degenerate ass logic about welfare and child support because you didn't fucking take care of your children. It's no fucking argument from a man about taking care of his child. And guess what, nigga? If you don't want to give it to her, then take your funky, degenerate ass to court and get custody of it. Get custody of your children. Since she so this, since she so that. But motherfucker, I know you ain't finna to do that. So don't come up in here playing with me. You ought to be ashamed of yourself as an elder for saying some fuck shit like that. Millennials, Zs, don't listen to that bullshit. It's keeping you in a cycle of poverty.
Yeah, inferiority complex.
Inferiority complex.
Definitely played in mainstream, absolutely. Across the board. I see it all the time. I can't see how people don't see it. And especially played to our people. Especially in the media, the rappers, the drill music, all that degenerate behavior is promoted to our people like it's cool.
It's degeneracy.
Like it's cool. Guns and guns and all this thing and all that street drugs and all that, all promoted to us all the time. Even over here to some degree, it's worse over there. But even over here, it's promoted the same way. If you're going to be a thug maxer, it's nonsense. You know, people are not talking about being financially literate and anything like that. It's just like you're either an athlete or they want you to be a rapper.
Yeah,
that's it.
And it gives me a headache.
They don't want to be, they don't want to be financially.
No, but we're doing it to ourselves because we feel the only way to make it, and I'm talking as a collective, is for you to be a rapper, some type of entertainer.
Or athlete.
Yeah, an athlete. I apologize. Yeah, let me put that up there. Or the other one is struggle and struggle love.
Promotion of all those. That's it.
What about all the in-between stuff?
They're not talking about tech. They're not talking about architecture. They don't talk about construction.
Not talking about any of
they don't
that.
talk about electricity. Yeah,
those are the careers to build societies.
Yeah, I mean, both my nephew's sister. I mean, they're doing. Both my nephew's sister. They're both electricians. You always got stuff in it. You know what I mean? In the trade, gonna be in work. Always gonna be work. They're making stupid money now.
Absolutely.
Stupid. You know what I mean? So you know, a trade. Having a trade is important, but they don't talk about that. You get me?
Right. So your nephews are electricians.
Yeah.
If
they're
they
killing
have
it,
wives, do you think your nephew's wives are going to put them out of the home for welfare?
No, he's about to become
it fucking don't make sense.
He's about to become a dad, and he's making more than I am as an electrician.
How the fuck do that make sense? Now, if you flipping burgers at McDonald's and shit, now McDonald's, I heard, then raise it up to $12, $15 an hour, which that's still really at the poverty line.
Even if he was doing that full time, he did 50 hours a week, he'd still be above the poverty line to provide for a family.
Living on that.
So it's just loot. It's just ridiculous at this point.
Yeah,
and melanated people, as a collective, you are putting yourselves in these situations.
No reason.
And that logic, it fails you. It fails generations over and over again. I am not an advocate for struggle love. I don't motherfucking play that.
No.
You're not obligated as women, specifically black women, to be in struggle love just because a man is black. You're not obligated to be in poverty with him. You're not obligated to be getting your ass kicked. You're not obligated to be getting cheat on. You're not obligated to him having side babies on you. You're not obligated to any of that. You set the standard on how somebody is going to treat you. And if they don't want to treat you properly, move on. And like I said before, and if any black man cannot give you what you need, they're not the only man on this planet.
Because again, she doesn't have to settle.
So it's time to clean house.
She doesn't have to go to welfare. She can go somewhere else.
Shit, if y'all don't go on with that foolishness, you better. And the logic gets dumber and dumber and dumber and dumber. Oh, black women, you too independent. You make too much money. Well, why the fuck aren't you making money like I'm making money?
Why does it hurt your ego that she's making money in the first place? Why are you watching your money? Like,
right, motherfucker. First of all, don't let this corporate and this vehicle fool you. I cut your motherfucking throat. Coming at me with that lie. Don't let none of this fool you. This is not yours. Right. Don't worry about what my pockets do. What do your pockets do? And if your pockets don't do what my pockets do, so you telling me I outmanned you? So whose fault is that? The logic gets dumber and dumber. And as melanated men, as a collective, you should be fucking embarrassed. When you hear fuck shit come out of these men's mouth, you should be correcting them. Because contrary to what y'all believe, melanated women do get in other melanated women's ass about fuck shit.
Thank you.
Now, I don't mean that they listen, but we ain't finna let that shit just escape. Bitch, what the fuck you mean these kids ain't 8? Why these kids, bitch, if you don't get, I will fuck you all the way up. Get your shit together. So contrary to what the fuck melanated men are speaking on, women do hold each other accountable. We really do. You're not showing any progress. The white man ain't giving the melanated woman shit. We're working for that.
Yeah, because you still have to show for it. Percentage of.
So come on now with the bullshit.
Yeah, you have a woman out working you too, because she's only getting benefits based on what she's doing. God damn.
So, child, I'm sorry this auntie moment had to be longer than it had, but we have to have these conversations.
Okay. Antoine's in the building, by the way.
Yay! Let me lift you up. Okay, Brother Odel, go ahead. I'm sorry, but we needed to have that conversation. I apologize.
No, it's needed. It's needed. I keep saying this. It's needed. I keep telling everybody this. You know, we're at a point now where you just, you know, people living under a rock, but you can't hide from this stuff now. You're not going to be able to hide from what's going on. You got this massive reset coming. It's pretty much here, and I keep talking about now. It's now 2025. I think I was on my show on Tuesday over here doing one over here talking about the projections for the loss of life due to the I'm going to refer to it as the poor. And certain things that are going on due to this reset they're going to be doing, right? Regardless of what goes on, you're still going to have to ultimately, you are responsible for yourself. So therefore, you can't be in an inferiority complex. You can't be doing that stuff. You've got to be making sure you're on point, getting stuff in place. So my point is, I agree with you on this one, sister. You've got to be responsible. So therefore, you can't be sitting there in an inferiority complex, pointing your fingers at this, that, and the other. What they're going to do anyway. You still got responsibility for yourself, regardless of that. Even if you just keep the basics on point, regardless of what they're doing, because they're going to do it anyway, you still have to make sure your stuff is on point. Period. Absolutely. So that's why if you get that done, no matter what happens, at least your stuff is on point. You get me? That's all you can do. You can only be responsible for yourself. That's it.
Absolutely. Yourself and the souls you bring into this world. That's what you're responsible for. Because if you fuck it up, you coming back.
And it's a person family now.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
The reset has already happened. If they just showing you the script and playing it out with actors, it's already happened.
Yeah.
We in that quantum financial system, the one world government is ran by AI. That's what the quantum financial system is. So it ain't about the reset, it's about to happen. It's already happened, and people are signing on to contracts and going off into the reality that they're creating. That's why motherfuckers disappearing.
Child. I mean, good riddance. I wish them well.
Oh yeah, but that's the whole point that people got to quit bullshit.
Shit, I told you, I be screaming in my scarf every week, and you got to come in calm and put the rut on it.
Well, you got to save yourself, period. Can't nobody do it for you. You can't blame nobody else, period. You can't blame the white man. You can't blame the melanated woman. As far as I'm concerned, you can't even blame the European. You can't blame nobody. It's all about fucking consent.
Yep.
Motherfuckers cut deals. And this shit ain't happened as long ago as people think it had.
I agree, definitely.
They were still making decisions about the quote unquote Indian in 1950, still cutting motherfuckers out of deals, going back on every fucking thing they said. Period.
Right.
Ain't shit in a piece of paper that's worth anything. Period. The point is, what are you doing now?
That part.
You talk about your lineage. You talk about your ancestors. You talk about making them proud. And all you do is talk about what they did. All you talk about is getting what they created. You want to make your ancestors proud. It's a matter of what are you doing now? How are your descendants going to look back on you? What is the oral history in your lineage going to be about you?
Facts.
Is it going to be they don't want to talk about you because you was a bitch-ass trader, cutting deals, looking for reparations, signing paperwork?
Granddaddy who?
If it's supposed to be ours, and you supposed to be who and what you say you are, why you asking this motherfucker for permission to do anything? As I said earlier, these motherfuckers telling you that the indigenous people are the only ones that can heal mama.
Yep.
Yep.
You go outside every motherfucking day. What do you do for mama? What are you doing to heal her? You don't need nobody motherfucking permission, but you'll go out there and bust a bottle and throw trash and shit out there.
Come on, tell it now.
So again, I ask you, what the fuck are you doing right now to make your ancestors proud? To make your descendants proud? What are you doing to make your motherfucking self proud? What are you standing on? Titles, labels that you don't even know what it means to be that? If you did, you would be being it, not asking these motherfuckers for shit. Why do you think you're less than what you are? You keep trying to be greater, but you never can be. You want to know why? Because you're already the shit. You're already the fucking ultimate. They put a program on you to make you think that you were less than what you are, and you consented to it. Why do you think they keep doing shit to you? Because they're trying to remove shit from you. They're trying to block you from getting shit that you get naturally.
Facts.
And you keep consenting to bullshit as if you need their permission for anything. When you created all of this, all they are is a fucking virus that corrupted it. And you can't let it go. You just still want to hold on to bullshit that didn't serve the ancestors well when they went by those titles, names, nationalities, cut those deals. How did it benefit them? when the ink was fresh, how did it benefit them? Who did it benefit? A few families? And then they got their shit took? And now we supposed to help them build up their land, help them get their shit back, support them, while we still trying to figure out what our people got? Instead of facing the truth that the same motherfuckers that subjected a lot of our ancestors is talking this shit about they got thousands of acres. Them the motherfuckers that took from your ancestors, and you looking at motherfuckers across the goddamn ocean, and it was motherfuckers here who made the shit happen.
That's right.
Yes, they look like you.
They all ain't even have to look like us. Just because you was melanated don't mean you look alike.
That's true.
You can look at a Nigerian. You don't look like motherfuckers over here.
Yep. I'm getting good now.
You can look at plenty of motherfuckers.
Asian.
And they don't look like a motherfucker over here.
That is true.
They don't walk like them. Nothing. Motherfuckers just cut deals. Motherfuckers was thirsty. As always. This shit ain't new today, what you saying. Gangs just rolled in different ways.
Yep.
But you think the Knights Templar were? It was a fucking gang. But you think Roman soldiers were? It's a fucking gang.
Yep.
I don't care what military you name. It's a fucking gang. They got their code sign. They own secret language. Everybody got their color, they fly. It's the same shit. Macro and micro. But our warriors fighting the wrong fight.
Yep.
And we ain't provided the proper guidance. I said we. I don't exclude myself from shit.
Absolutely.
I'm in this motherfucker.
Boots on the ground.
Ain't it all?
Give you your explosion.
I've seen us lose this shit in my lifetime.
Yep.
I'm gonna keep telling you. My whole neighborhood was melanated. Every store and everything was owned by melanated.
Speak up a little bit, Brother Sean.
Everything was owned by melanated people. Stores, restaurants, everything. Bars, clubs, everything. The only white people were the police and paramedics. And they ain't come down in the hood. Well, Black nationalists wasn't having that shit. We took care of our own. On any given street, everybody was homeowner. If you didn't belong to somebody on that street, you wasn't coming down that street doing shit.
Yep.
The Bloods.
Motherfuckers coming out of every house. You ain't got to see nobody at first. But Big Mama's sitting in the window.
You know it.
Who that, baby? Who that?
Peeking out the curtain, watching every motherfucker.
Yep.
And that's one in every house, if they ain't on the porch.
Exactly.
The door open, screen door open though.
That too. Car doors, unlock, keys, and ignition.
Right.
You didn't have to have all that locked up.
But the minute You fucked up. Motherfuckers was coming out of everywhere. Ambulance coming to pick you up. Ain't nobody seen shit.
Nope, ain't seen shit. Nope.
He was just out there when we came out. That's why we called y'all.
No, don't.
We was hoping y'all could figure out if somebody crazy running around here, y'all need to get them. Now we fucking up each other.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And ain't saying shit.
Nope. Big Mama can't sit in the window because she liable to get shot at. Can't sit on the motherfucking front porch.
Liable to get shot.
Liable to get shot.
Or
so
robbed, yeah.
We're only talking one generation. So from the X, we were the last generation with Big Mama and them sitting on their porch. And we had some semblance of a hint of a family. So now you can't come up here running no game on us when we were the tail end generation. You take that shit up the street. This is a living hell. Do you all understand that the conditions of the indigenous people is hell? You are in hell. You ain't got to worry about Jesus coming back to save you. Or you're going to hell. You are in hell. Do you not understand that?
Oh my God. My grandma, my mom used to say that all the time. Like, they talking about going to hell. This hell already.
Yeah,
we already hit.
Who the fuck wants this?
My dad used to say it too.
So now I ain't finna sit up here in my motherfucking scarf and
Hellenism.
Auntie, that's how they play you though, because they tell us, oh, it's the first time we're doing this stuff. It was the first black.
I don't give a motherfuck if they just woke up and interrupted this live and said, lady, you in this goddamn scarf, this what we fencing to do. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Let's stay on the subject. We are talking about our actions as individuals, as taking care of your family, and then as a collective. I don't even want they in this conversation. This should be hell enough for you. Your baby's dying out in these streets. When are you gonna get fucking tired? It ain't their responsibility. It ain't the white man's responsibility. It's your responsibility.
That's it.
Yes, sir.
And in that responsibility, it ain't about society bringing shit into your home. The shit that's happening at home is what's going out into society.
Can you say that a little louder? I know you be chill, but I need the fam to hear what you said. I caught it, but I know it's low on their end.
You can't keep blaming society for what goes on in your home. What goes on in your home is what's taking place in society. We got too many family secrets, too many people being hurt by the family.
Tell it.
And then they go out and hurt others.
Come on, tell it.
And the cycle continues. And as they go out in society and get infected, then it's taken back into home after home after home.
That's right.
But it began in the home. You had to let it in. Society didn't bring it in. You consented to. You accepted something and it affected your family. period. If we're gods and created everything, at what point do we get beyond excuses?
Come on now, tell it.
At what point do we start being and doing? When do you let the past go? Those are the receipts that you need to see all of the fuckery.
Exactly.
That's it. It should be to help you let go, because you see that it's useless information. It's the rabbit hole.
Yep.
The information doesn't pertain to who and what you are right now. Just count back 10 generations and look how many ancestors that is. And then count how many that created them. You are a unique creation unto yourself. You are an updated version. Period. I mean, you're not going to find an iPhone. What they at, 13, 14?
Child, you know I'm anti-iPhone, but yeah,
Me
whatever
too.
the fuck version.
But you ain't going to find it wishing for the days that it was the iPhone 1. Like, damn, I just missed those days when I couldn't really do shit and I just kept crashing.
Right.
Everything. Those was the good old days. Or is that new iPhone doing bigger and better things? And like, fuck that obsolete shit.
Exactly.
When the program becomes obsolete, if you don't update your shit don't work properly.
Exactly.
That's what a lot of people are going through now.
Ooh.
The energies that are hitting mama, they can't control it. It's driving them crazy. That's because they have no relationship with mama.
Yep.
Or the universe.
Yep. Ain't received the upgrades.
She trying to tell you. She's slapping you, knocking you down. You looking around like a dumbass. The white man just did that. No, your mama just slapped the shit out of you.
Slap fire from your ass. The taste out your mouth.
Slapped you so hard you thought the white man slapped.
Wait. White man. Mama done slapped the shit out of you. Ooh, the white man.
You saw the white light.
Baby, y'all a mess.
It was so hard you saw the white light.
I digress.
Dang.
Oh my God, that's funny.
All of that part of what he said. Dag, I thought I had put my little hand clap in there. So
yeah, because that's a perfect analogy with that old software and being able to update, and the fact that we moving into this tech age and stuff too. That shit, your devices, if you ain't on the right shit, the shit you can't get
exactly
the same quality. The service will not be the same. You gonna be wondering, you like, because you're not tapped in, you're not on the right vibration, you're not updated.
No, exactly.
So,
that's the perfect analogy, because ain't none of us running no Windows 95 in this bitch.
Right. Nobody be trying to go back. Yeah, I'm trying to run this whole shit.
But yet you expect your consciousness to still be the same, and then your nerve is bad because you're not fitting in. Well, you didn't receive the upgrade. You didn't tune in to get the message when mama said, baby, I am about to do some house cleaning, okay? So I need you to take these rugs out there, outside, going around back. Don't shake the motherfucking rugs in front of this house. Take it out back, away from this porch, and shake the rugs. I'm about to do some deep cleaning.
Spring cleaning.
You haven't received the message. So you still want to use shit from 20, 30 something years ago at a minimum, and then wonder why shit ain't working.
Mindset wise.
And the part that's really just getting me, the basics, you just fuck all of that. Fuck all of the basic stuff. Oh, having strong families and strong household. Oh, fuck all that part. So come on now, stop playing with us. This ain't the platform that you could come on and play. You can't come on here and raise up the red, black, and green flag. You can't come on here and raise up the I'm high consciousness.
You can.
But we see the degeneracy in your logic. Degenerate mindset and high consciousness do not equal each other. It just don't. This not the platform that you could come on here and say, Sky Daddy, Inky Binky Linky Nim is going to pick you up in the ship. That's not this platform. It is self and family. You have to do the work. You have to do it.
And Mama is at the point now, like you said, she's shutting shit down. It's
and
like
she's supposed to. Because I didn't already told her, and I still stand by that. If my motherfucking ass gotta go, if I'm part of the problem, like I have a say in it anyway, I motherfucking understand. Now I ask if I could maybe go put one in the air for the last time, but if you tell me, bitch, I said no, oh well. I fully support it.
Like with the computer, they send you the notifications. Hey, we gonna have to update this. You gotta update this.
Right, until they say, okay, I fucking warned you. Now I'm gonna shut your shit down. I don't care what you in the middle of. I don't give a fuck.
Shutting it all down. I'm about to force this upgrade, or you just gonna go offline and just be forgotten. You done.
Exactly. That part. That part. A spiritual swag, you could get the fuck out of my comments. That's what the fuck you can do. Because I didn't ask you to be in this motherfucker. This my motherfucking establishment. So if you don't like my MFs and SB, take your ass on. You don't run nothing over here. Now, how about that?
Right, like what?
So I say again, as Brother Sean said, as Son Scotty said, this is cleanup time. Ain't nobody got no time to be on here playing with y'all. Say it in the way you want it to be said, because people didn't came before us and said it that way, and y'all still sitting up here playing. So either you want it or you don't. It's just that simple. So, with that said, all right, Cousin Odell, I apologize again in advance. It's shit. Reggie, you a mess. Okay, so with that said, Brother Odell, I'm ready when you ready, or we can put a pin in it tonight because it's late where you are. It's up in the morning. We can pick up next week. Let me make sure he's still on here. Uh-oh, did you get cut off? Yep, he probably got cut off again. So, with that said, we're gonna, before I end, I'm gonna wrap up. So, Brother Odell, we'll come back next week because I want you to get some rest. Okay, we didn't expect for the conversation to go there, but shit, I guess we had to have it. Let me bring on nephew Antoine. I had to mute you because you had a bunch of stuff in the background, but I want to unmute you to give you a chance to put something on it before we wrap up?
How y'all doing? How y'all doing?
Good. How are you, beloved?
I'm over here in this Walmart wiring their stuff up at the moment.
Oh, what? Right, because we know you're an electrician. Right.
You know, I'll be busting moves. So.
Right. You do what you got to do.
Man. But nah, y'all said enough. I mean, it is what it is. Everybody know what it is, and those who don't, they're just choosing to do so. At this point, there ain't no more of the trying to talk to somebody, trying to convince them and get them to believe, believe what's the truth. Everybody know what it is. And pretty much everybody done pick their side and they pick their lane.
Exactly.
And they believe, that it's gonna work out for them. They still have their beliefs of that old narrative or the old programming, the old lies. And you still got individuals who are still cutting their deals even in this day and age,
Right.
And they're using every type of skin, every type of, covering, name, rebranding that they can to make sure that what they doing makes sense to those who ain't got no common sense.
Exactly.
So, we at war. We in war times. Everything is acceptable in war times.
Yep. Absolutely.
Oh, that's bad. That's good. We got to step up to the plate and do what we need to do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, good to hear your voice. I hear you in the back busy, so I'm glad you were able to put something on it at the time. So thank you much, nephew.
Man, I'm this whole thing. I appreciate y'all. I'm glad everybody doing well. I'm glad everybody is, still moving how they moving. So I'm just thankful for that.
I'm thankful for you as well. Thank you, and keep doing your thing.
Oh, that's
Odell, I'm definitely gonna hit Odell up.
Okay, all right, Odell, Brother Odell. So he's gonna hit. Brother Antoine's gonna hit you up. So okay then, nephew. Peace and love.
Peace and love to y'all. Y'all be safe. Y'all be great. Stay on it. It's in you, not on you, and we're making it happen.
Indeed.
Hey.
Indeed.
Yeah, sir. Love y'all.
Love you too, nephew. Okay,
love you too, fam.
I'm gonna put nephew back on mute. Cause he that man working. Jet. An electrician. He working.
I'm saying, Elder, we don't need welfare, Elder. We don't need welfare.
Jet.
Right.
All right. So we'll start with nephew Nuwa. You have any last words for the family?
Give thanks to the men that are actually doing what they're supposed to be doing, that are tapped in. Because as I said, we need to be protecting our women so they can do what they're supposed to do and not have to settle for less. Because they're not going to settle for anything less that they need to settle for. With that in mind, also too, it's on our individual selves to take our lives into our own hands. We can't be making excuses in terms of it's this person's fault, it's that person's fault. We have to take full responsibility because that's who is ultimately the one that can do something about their situation. Take advantage of the moment. Stop procrastinating. A lot of the problems we're having because people put off things that they can do immediately, and the little that they can do today is one less thing they have to do tomorrow, and that's where progress should be made. We should be looking to have ownership. But all the money that we have within our community, how come we're not pushing for ownership? We're talking about welfare, but no, we should be pushing to say buildings are owned. We have housing for this person. Like Brother Sean said, back in his time, everything was owned. It was who are these people coming in our community? And now we're talking about gentrification where we're being pushed out. So I feel we need to take more responsibility for the positions that we're in and not just say it's the white man's fault, because today we proved it's not the white man's fault. And I hope people understand that. So we have to take full responsibility, look at ourselves, and do what's best and tap into her frequency, because she's going to give us the places where we should be, give us the insight we need to get when we need to get it. As a synchronicity will happen, and you realize, oh, why is this happening to me? Because you're tapped in. So that's where you should be. You should be getting involved into things that we were doing before the fall mentally, before we were cast into the patriarchal system of man first, because obviously that's not working for us and it's not going to work for us. So with that said, thank you to the panel. Brother Odel, we wish we got to you, but obviously it wasn't supposed to happen tonight. Brother Sean, thanks you for the insight. Brother Scotty, Auntie Sandra, and Auntie Rhonda, and Reflection, thank you guys for being a part of this moment. And I look forward to sharing with you guys again next week.
Okay, thank you, nephew. Oh, damn, wrong one, sorry. That's the one. I programmed this channel, hit the wrong button. So, thank you, nephew. Thank you, nephew.
Love you too.
Son Scotty, you have any last words for the family?
Yeah, Sister Mika said unmute her, Auntie.
Okay.
It all boils down to accountability. Whether it's individual accountability with our families, and no matter how that word family manifests itself, because we know that it ain't no such thing as these traditional families. Family is you make an agreement to hold yourself accountable for bringing these beings into the realm. And so however that manifests, that's your responsibility. Like, you can't put that off on the government or no other person or this and that. Like, that's your consent in the moment. The moment that you decided that this happened and this person is here, it's there. So people can, try to put off accountability like that in their own individual life. And then we see it with this history. Nobody want to claim accountability for their real storyline, for their real narrative. They want to push all these false narratives to distract us from the real shit, when if we really knew that real shit, it makes sense why stuff is functioning the way it's functioning and why it seems like a lot of bullshit. And it's like, well, if it's bullshit, how come it seems to be the way the world is running? Yeah, because the world is running off of bullshit. And we, like Brother Sean was saying, we consented to allowing that world bullshit come into our families and infect us, and just give consent to the bullshit time after time after time. If it's, consenting to giving away our land and our identity and all this type of shit, or consenting to, bringing life into the world and then just putting off all responsibility for that. And so at the end of the day, people have to take personal responsibility. That shit it ain't no trickle down. It don't come down from the top. It starts with you. It starts inside you. And if you set the right intention with you, then you're going to pick the right partner. Then you're going to consent to having a child and doing the right things by them and, being a functioning person in society. That shit goes out from you. It don't come down in a trickle type way. So people need to really just, understand that accountability first. Like Sis Sandra was talking about, your foundation. Your foundation is everything, and people is wanting to start off on some fucked up foundations and thinking that it's gonna, appreciate value. No, it's not a fucking Birkin bag, whatever. So, so yeah, that's just my thing. I thank everybody on the panel for everything, all the insights y'all give, the people in the chat. Even when y'all be on some bullshit, it becomes a conversation for the stuff that we actually talking about, because you become the live example that what we talking about is not some crazy off the wall shit that's like, well, why are you focusing on this when why are you not buying into the distractions and talking about this and that? No, this is the more pertinent shit, because then it's going to activate the agent in motherfuckers, and you'll see the narratives and the storylines and the sky daddies and all the shit for what it really is. So, yeah, even the haters and the motherfuckers on scripts and narratives and taking oaths, they can be a lesson for us as well too when they try to pop up in this motherfucker. Yeah, it's the truth uncompromised. So
indeed. Indeed,
period.
indeed. All of that. Indeed. Okay, Nisi Pooh, you have any last words for the family?
I do. I just want to say shout out to everybody in the chat and everybody that was on the panel. Brother Odell with the 5, Brother Nuwa and Twan and Sister Auntie Sandra and Uncle Sean, and shout out to Auntie Lisa. Big supporter. Thank you for the Dreamcatcher orders. Sister Carmen Thomas. It's been a few more orders that came through, so I just want to say thank you. And then my last words, you cannot put duct tape on cement.
Come on now, tell it now.
So as we are building these foundations, sometimes they might be a little cracked, you know what I'm saying? But you cannot put duct tape on it. You got to really assess your situation, assess your personal situation, because everyone's is not the same.
Right.
As we was talking about, the ratchet ass men, we got to always remember to include the ratchet ass women.
Indeed.
And try to strive to not be that. I love history and I love the story of the ancestors because we can see where we need to improve. What can we do to connect back to source, connect to the earth, connect to our families in a more authentic way, and, just be there for one another and not coddle each other in our bullshit. If I'm fucking up, goddammit, call it out.
That's right.
And the same thing with my husband, as I was sitting here chatting it up with him, and he's just not trying to catch what I'm putting down. And I'm like, dude, you gonna catch what I'm saying. I don't know if you can't deflect this conversation. So I didn't get to hear the very last end of the show tonight because I was chatting it up with him because he has a different perspective, kind of similar to how Brother Nuwa was coming in with it. And I had to break it down like, nah. we not having these shenanigans.
We're not gonna do right.
We're not gonna do that. We got to be honest with ourselves. And the best way to be honest with ourselves is to look at the mistakes that we've already made.
Absolutely.
And strive to repair those and do the best we can with the pieces that we have. But you definitely cannot put duct tape on a foundation. You might have to add some more cement and fill in those cracks.
Absolutely.
And be honest with it. Don't try to start building on the cracked foundation. It's not going to work. You're going to have to fix the foundation. So that's my last words. And I appreciate you for always letting me come on and add on to the conversation. So love you guys.
Love you too, Nisi. Absolutely. I love that analogy. Can't put duct tape on concrete. You might have to fill it in with more concrete, and depending on how large that crack is, you may even have to get a drill, whatever y'all call them things, and take out sections and redo it. So absolutely, you got to get to the root of the problem. So excellent analogy. Have y'all ever known somebody, when she was saying that, my mind, y'all ever known somebody that be funky as a polecat? Y'all know that's grandma and them. Funky as a polecat. I'm like, I ain't never seen no polecat. But nonetheless, funky as a polecat. But don't put on a brand new sharp ass outfit. And you like, you funky motherfucker. You like this? No, I don't like. You stink. So it's the same concept. You ain't washed your ass, brushed your teethuses, your tongue. wash your parts properly. It don't matter. You can have on the sharpest outfit there is. You still ain't hitting.
New wine in old bottles.
Yeah. A funky ass polecat. Just funky for no reason. You funky because you too lazy to wash your ass.
Yeah.
And you think those new clothes are going to make you into a better person, a better image. But underneath, you still funky as a polecat or a billy goat. Well, that one would kill.
Sis Tamika said, nephew said a polecat is a stripper.
Oh, tell them that's the
pretty
updated version. See, you
Pretty
youngins,
funky.
you millennials, we
That
can
makes
tell
sense
something.
now. Polecat. So
Cause
they
I
not-
mean, Big Mama, and I never knew. Oh, maybe it was a stripper. You know what? Shit, he might be right. My grandma may have been talking about a woman on the pole. I just know that was a saying. You around here funky as a polecat, baby. That was an insult. Nephew may be right.
Is the animal.
Oh, okay, it's an animal. What is? I don't. How it look, Brother Sean? I just know Big Mama.
Like a weasel. It's like in the weasel family.
Oh, is it? Okay, okay. So nephew, that's what it really mean. It ain't no woman swinging on no pole. I thought it was an animal.
In 2022.
I thought it was an animal. I just never saw one. But I'm like, damn. But yeah.
You know, English language is a spell now. You know, multiple meanings and shit. They probably knew what they was doing. It mean both.
Yeah, shit. But that's funny. Okay, so who do we have next? We have Sis Sandra. You have any last words for the family? I was making sure I got our other beloveds out the way.
You know, my thing is, this is kind of funny because I was thinking about our family's units this week. How our people have bad family units and how they take each other for granted.
Yeah.
And it's been in my mind all week. You know, because I look at other people and
we needed to have this conversation then. You knew we was gonna have it.
Yeah. And I just look at other cultures and how they go out of their way to help one another and to be there for one another. Because, you know, in some cultures, they have 10 in a household.
Sure do.
Trying to work together to make things happen for everybody, not for themselves.
That's right.
And I remember when I had children, when I was a young woman and I had children, the older women used to say, now you know it's no longer about you.
Yep, that's what you were told.
No longer about you, it's about your children.
That's right.
And I wonder if that conversation should be told to the men as well, because they must not have heard the same conversation that I had.
Oh, I know I heard my fathers tell my brothers, before you can get a wife and have a child, you have to be able to support that family.
Yes. And our people need to understand, when we bring other souls into this realm, we're responsible for those souls. I don't care if you're the woman or the man.
I agree.
Exactly.
You are responsible for those souls.
That's right.
Because when, you know, I was thinking about my mother, she passed on, and I saw an article of this lady whose mother helped her find her husband. And her mother had already passed on. So what we do with the people we have may impact our future if they can help us if they pass on.
Exactly.
So we need to help each other now and show love towards each other. So that person, when they pass on, they can probably reach back and grab you up and help you. So she met her husband, and I know how that works because my mother passed on, And it happened to me as well. My mother reached back. She reached back and she reaches back and talked to my kids and tell them things about their lives and stuff. So it never stops that we have to help each other. And you said something last, Odell and you were talking about that once we have other souls we brought into this plane, we're always responsible for them.
That's right.
We're always responsible for them. And our men, and I hate to say it, they think of themselves most of the time, unfortunately. On average.
Yeah.
On average, I'm not talking about everybody.
Yeah, yeah. Although you shouldn't have to put that disclaimer, because if the shoe fits, lace that motherfucker up and wear it. But continue, sis.
That's true. And so I just want us to stop being selfish, because the only time you have the right to be selfish is when you're a teenager and you're still self-centered. Because
exactly
are self-centered because they're immature. But our people need to start thinking about their families, helping their families. Everybody that's have that same bloodline, or you to call a family, we should focus on family, not on self, but our families, and must put their wives and their children first.
Period.
You know, period. That's all they have to do. Because, you know, if you're going to marry somebody, you should be willing to die for them.
Can you say that again for the slow motherfuckers in the back?
If you marry somebody, you should be willing to die for them. Otherwise, you don't love them enough. Because marriage is a commitment of body and soul. It's not just a commitment of sex. And anything that comes out of that issue of marriage should be your sole responsibility. No matter what. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You know, and then you get these deadbeat dudes. They're deadbeats before they come in, but they make sure that you don't know they deadbeats. They act like they're going to give you the world and they give you nothing. So you need to understand, if they don't care enough to die for you, they ain't going to die for the kids either. They're not going to take care of them. I had a friend once who had a boyfriend. He had some children by another woman, and he never paid the dime of child support. And I said, what are you marrying this man for?
And she knew this bullshit?
Yes, ma'am.
See, I told you, man, we hold women accountable. So you basically confronted her like, why are you marrying him? He ain't taking care of the children he have.
The issue he has by somebody else, I ain't gonna tell you how many it was.
Child, you know I'm not the 1, 2, or 3. Continue, sis.
It was scandalous. I said, you know what? I'm here at your wedding, but I'm gonna give you a sympathy card.
Ooh, I'm telling you, men, we get in women's ass for this fuck shit. You gave her a sympathy card?
Yeah. But she said, she started cracking up. I said, baby, I don't understand what you see. But
exactly.
He's going to do the same thing to you as he did to her.
Absolutely.
Because you don't see his character. And, you know, I made my mistakes, so I know, you know, how to see what I'm seeing.
Right.
You very wise. I said, no, I'm just old. I've lived through it.
And that's why we can sit up here, you know, I could say me with my scarf and sis saying what she's saying. We know what the fuck we talking about. So can't no man come up here running no motherfucking game on us. As can't no woman come up here. We've either been in those situations or we know of people that have been in situations. Because I had to have a conversation with a close friend years the fuck ago.
Yeah.
Years the fuck ago. We both moved to Atlanta. built homes from the fucking ground up. And she went back and got some trash that she had left and put that motherfucking bag back together and was getting ready to get remarried. And I kept asking her, the fuck, why? And I'll never forget this. A week before her wedding, because literally we bought houses in the same community, and our houses were so close to each other, she can literally walk to my house. So she came to my house a week before her wedding, and she was all up into the motherfucking church. And she didn't want to be sinning with sex. I'm like, that's the fuck on you, because I'm just going to have to go to hell with some gasoline drugs on before I marry somebody that ain't giving me some shit up out of it. Right. But let's sit that to the motherfucking side. So she comes to my establishment. I was shocked. I said, oh, hey, girl, come on in. Had a bottle of wine in hand and everything. And again, she up in the church, she really don't drink like that. So I could see the concern on her face. So we sit down. And so she was like, he's not the man that I want. I said to her, quote, why? Because I have to carry everything in the household financially. He hasn't really done anything with his life. I said, so why are you getting ready to remarry him? What the fuck is different about this nigga than it was the other however many years ago y'all was together? Well, I don't want to be alone.
You are going to be.
And I said, what do you mean you don't want to be alone? Bitch, we just got back from Europe. We kicked it the fuck up. What are you talking about? You don't want to be alone now. This me you talking to. Cut the bullshit. And this is how I talk to her. Well, I don't want to be alone. I don't want to feel guilty if I want sex. I said, okay, so you just want a dick in your bed. Although you can get that anywhere, right? So you're sitting here telling me this is not the man you want. You gave the specific reasons why this is not the man you want. But your reasoning is because of some sex in the church. That's what you're sitting here telling me. She said, yeah. I said, let me tell you something. I said, you hear me well. You will be working for the rest of your life taking care of this man. You willing to do that?
That's something.
And she got silent. And I tapped her on the leg. I said, I need you to look me in my eye. And I said it again. And she had no response. So I was hoping after that conversation, she went and put the nigga out. But no, I had to go to this bullshit ass wedding. All of the whole motherfucking crew, we was hot, baby. We had to sit through this bullshit.
I did too.
All of the friends, the friends that were married, they old men with their businesses. Even the men was like, what the fuck is she doing this for? Fast forward a year. That nigga had the nerve, because I had a 2-story house at the time. So I'm laying up in my room chilling, and I hear my doorbell, ding dong. It's like, who the fuck is this? Because it was like 9 o'clock at night. I don't fucking play that. You don't roll up over in my shit unannounced. I don't know you like that. So I'm looking out my blinds. Why I see her husband standing out there with some other crusty, crunchy ass motherfucking roach. I said, I know the fuck this nigga ain't thinking he finna bring one of his roachy ass friends the fuck over my house to me. I just stood there and watched that nigga ring my doorbell. And he went on.
Oh my goodness.
Then had the nerve, and I played dumb on his ass. Oh yeah, I came, I stopped over your house because I wanted you to meet my friend. I said, who? You did. I played dumb like I didn't even see that his roachy ass and his crunchy ass. I can see the motherfucking roachness from outside my blinds. I could see the hump in his motherfucking back. And the antennas. This motherfucking mug was beat up with a hot bag of nickels. And I played motherfucking dumb like I didn't see either one of them niggas. I said, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I don't even bother. I'm good. Fast forward 4 years from then. She wanted another house. She got a bigger house. They were in that house 2 years, maybe 3. And that's the year that Georgia had, oh my God, the floods were, it was really, really bad. And her new house, it ran behind a creek. And it was so much rain that creek overflowed and it came into the house and flooded like that entire basement, and FEMA came through and condemned the house. And it wasn't covered by insurance. Now, mind you, I want you to keep in mind, she upgraded her house. So meaning she sold her original house. That's the house that she built with her motherfucking money. Because he still didn't have no money to even run that particular household. So she used her collateral, her assets, to get a bigger house. That got flooded. Now this nigga still ain't hitting on nothing. So she had to walk away from that house. So literally, she got nothing out of it.
Never contributed.
Now, I never got in her business and asked what that dick do, but it couldn't have been, it wasn't, ain't no dick worth that.
That's crazy.
So we're not up here telling you shit to not be telling you this. We're telling you this because either we experienced it or we know firsthand folks that have experienced it.
Yeah.
You have to make better choices.
Well, you can know that a lot of people have experienced it because most families don't have a man in the house. Most of our families don't have.
I agree. And I'm saying women, don't put yourself in that situation. Don't put yourself in that situation. Your responsibility, you are accountable for yourself and your future children.
And they suffer.
Absolutely. That's why a lot of these children are so fucking angry. And if we really want to be honest with each other, that's why a lot of these younger black men are running around fucking angry because they had no model of manhood.
That's right.
So everything is mama's fault.
Right. Mental health be way off.
Yeah.
Nobody take accountability for it. You're just supposed to tough through it and just figure it out.
And I'm saying that shit's not right. So women, you be the first line of defense. I don't give a fuck how they lay out in the street, kick, scream, say the white man, the welfare, you got a job, you got a weave, you got a this. I don't give a fuck. Bend your standards for no one. Either they match it or they don't.
And you know, we are nurturers by nature. And we always come to our men's defense.
Absolutely.
But they need to come to ours.
Absolutely. What the fuck I look like sitting up here justifying, well, a black man is being held down. But yet I'm out here humping every motherfucking day, making it happen. What the fuck I look like sitting around here, setting even a semblance of an example, not only for myself, but for my nieces and the future generation, the generations after me and the future. What type of motherfucking woman am I to sit there and put the advice out to women to put a crusty, crunchy ass roach above herself and her children and or future children? What fucking sense does that make? Women, it is not your responsibility to prop up a quote, quote, man. I don't give a fuck if he's black. It's not your responsibility. Let a man up.
He's not ever going to get up if you don't let him get up, because he's going to continue to crawl.
Shit. All right, so with that said, let's go to Brother Sean. Is he still on? Yeah, he's still on.
Yeah. Well, paperwork. Trump said that with that executive order that he would confiscate all the funds of those caught up in human trafficking, et cetera, So, according to the Patriots, and, the non-folks in Q, they got everybody all over the world. All your elites, all your billionaires, trillionaires, et cetera, Queen, all them folks. He also set in place for you to be able to sue politicians. Why not try that first? Before you try all that other paperwork that has never worked. If you're out after the bag, go get it that way. There's plenty of these Christian patriot groups that have class action lawsuits already on the table. All it takes is 50 people to do a class action suit, or you can do a little research and get in on somebody else's and get pennies. You do your own with just 50, you could get more money. Then you can buy land and actually afford to build on it.
Sorry, Brother Sean.
Since you agree with the system, why not do what all the good citizens are doing and participate in the class action lawsuit? Then spend the money back with them. Because you're still not getting anything out of it.
Right.
Is it your currency, whether they say it's backed up by gold and silver, even though we know the gold and silver is yours, what are you doing to get it back? And isn't it only valuable because we consent that it's valuable? If we say ain't none of this stuff shit, it ain't worth our time or energy to do shit, then what do they have to offer? According to them, we're the only people that can heal the land.
Yep.
So they can't get rid of us, even if they wanted to. They've never wanted to get rid of all of us. Ever. They couldn't still be here. That's just a fear tactic. And it's stupidity that you think that they actually have that type of power and haven't used it.
Right.
Look at what they've been doing to each other. And I'm not even talking about no pale skin folk. Wasn't Inky and all them having infighting?
Child show was sleeping with each other's old ladies, and yeah.
The original Cain and Abel was Inky and Leo.
Right.
I mean, they talk about all these depravities, giants going into normal sized women, and majority of them never surviving. They talk about copulating with reptiles and
somebody just did that.
All type of vile things that play out in that book that people love so much and cannot let go of, and are constantly seeking truth and meaning in it.
Right.
And you're not even seeking truth and meaning in your own very existence.
Come on with it now.
You seek everything outside of self and dedicate all your energy everywhere but to yourself. I understand doing the research into your ancestors. But each and every one of y'all came out a whole different womb. That's a whole different universe. I'm not saying that you shouldn't claim to be who and what you are. But for me, it's always going to get to being who and what you are. Don't nobody give a fuck what you say. When you get to doing shit, that's when you get a motherfucker's attention.
Yep.
So it's about what you do. It ain't about what you say. Y'all can bang on these YouTube streets all day and regurgitate information, this, that, or the other, and boast about who ancestors were. Still gonna be a matter of who are you right here now. You the one say that you're representing your ancestors. I always thought they represented themselves. That's what made them great. Or they presented themselves. That's what made them great. And you're worried about representing someone else instead of presenting the greatness that you are. I don't give a fuck about they spell. I see to the soul of matter. All I see is greatness. Just because you choose to wallow in the mud, don't make you any less great.
Indeed.
You do that to yourself. You think that you're less. You speak being less into existence. And that's the reality that you create. But I love y'all anyway. Wholeness and power.
All right, fam. So I think brother or nephew Antoine got his hand up. I'm about to unmute you, brother. Where'd you go? Why does it do that? I'm not sure if you wanted to put something additional on it. Your mic is open.
I did. I did because I'm dealing with, a situation that kind of correlate with what you're talking about with my children's mother, and battling with getting my boys and whatnot with her. Personally, for me, what I experienced was when I basically like stepped into that role when we found out that we was gonna have our first and whatnot. I was already working and doing what I was doing, and when I found out that basically I was gonna be a father, it was natural for me to step into that role because that's what I was seeking growing up as a child and whatnot. And my mother basically groomed me to basically be the man that she didn't have in her life. So I was always the young one. I was the eldest. I was always the one that had to step up.
Right, which was wrong. No disrespect to your mother.
Correct.
That was wrong. You were a child, not her man.
Exactly. However, because of my environment that I grew in with my uncles and whatnot, just being an individual who took a lot of self-reflection, I was able to take that and not allow that situation to damage me. So fast forward, me being with my children's mother at the time, I naturally was in that mode to step up, basically like create the environment, do what I need to do to be the man that I wanted to be. What I dealt with was because I began to step up and step into my role. She seen that she had to step into her role and she had to step her game up.
She wasn't ready.
And she saying that she had to step her game up, and I was applying that pressure.
Yeah.
She began to create drama in our relationship.
Yeah.
To try to throw me off my game.
Yeah.
And when men do that too to women, who, she's requiring that man to step up, and now he create a whole environment of drama to try to throw off the rising of the vibration and the rising of the levels of the individual. And what I try to teach, what I try to just pass on is that we got to stop allowing individuals and stop allowing ourselves to accept being in that same state, being in that low level state, staying in that state where we just get by, and we know deep down we got to step our game up, and you have to apply pressure to those around you when you making that change and you making that step forward to step your game up. So everybody around you got to step your game up, because you are a reflection of those who are around you. And if you rolling with dummies, you constantly kicking it with dummies, you eventually gonna become a dummy yourself.
Absolutely.
So, when I seen that, that's when I began. When I began to do that, that's when I had those problems with her, and we was going back and forth because she didn't want to step her game. She was cool with us being in a low level state, and caused us to step.
Yeah.
Now I'm in a situation where the woman that I'm with now, she was naturally raised in that environment to where, okay, I'm gonna step up as a woman. So because she's naturally stepping up as a woman, and she owning her place, just by default, because of who I am, just being a man, accepting my role as a man, I'm out here grinding my behind up. Just feeling good doing it, constantly training, working, and pursuing what I want to do. So I say that to say this, that you have to, when people when people see in the beginning, because we always see who these people see. It's never like this person just popped up, this person just sprung this up on you. The Most High gave you a sense, a straight blueprint, a brief synopsis on how this person is, and you sat there and said, okay, do I want to take this deal or not? Right. You know, and we have to start seeing people for who they are and moving accordingly, regardless of how we feel about it. Because a lot of people, they go off these feelings, and you know, I try to, you know, I'm about to tell my brother, I'm like, bro, these emotions ain't nothing but, in my interpretation, emotions ain't nothing but different frequencies of energy that you tune in, and how you use that energy determines on how that outcome is gonna be. Mm-hmm. Right. So we need to start using our intellect and our emotions simultaneously in deciphering the correct decision to make and sticking with it. Stop being scared of the outcome because you want what you want it to be. Right. This is what it is. You know, this person ain't for you. Except that this person is not for you.
Exactly.
You know? And if I would have been smart back then, you know, at what I'm 30 now, so I was 24, 25. I would have been smart then. I would have just cut my ties with her and whatnot. However, I was over here caught up in my emotions because of my past, because I wanted to have that, you know, that love and whatnot that I was trying to keep from my mind back, you know, compatibility with the man that I always wanted to be. Right. However, it wasn't that I wasn't being the man I was supposed to be. I was just being that individual for the wrong person. Correct.
Exactly.
You know, with good intentions, you know, bad execution. You know, I was in the right place at the wrong time. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Exactly.
That's experience. So.
It is. Thank you, nephew. Knew why. And you didn't stay stuck there.
No, I did not.
You did what you had to do.
Right.
You know,
you paid the cost for that lesson.
I learned from
it. Right.
Absolutely.
You know, because a lot of people don't learn from that, and they keep going through that same cycle. Yeah. You know, and not only do they do, because they don't sit there and do that self-reflection when conversation come up, or you know how people is when something doesn't happen, and those who know about the situation in detail, they kind of bring it up and whatnot. Nobody really want to, you know, face up, you know, take it on the chin and be like, yeah, I effed up right there.
And don't want
exactly. You gotta hold yourself accountable. Absolutely. We all make mistakes. It's called a learning and growing. And some of the mistakes you like, nah, dog, I knew it. I knew it. Lord did knows I knew it. That's okay.
And that it is okay. You know, I'm thankful knowing that now, you know, not only me, but a lot of us are in that place of accepting that, you know, this is what it is. And you have to take those experiences and learn from them, and you got to pass that on, no matter how many times you got to say it, and you got to basically relive it in your mind, because because those emotions are still there. You know, a lot of people, they hate reliving those moments because those emotions still be there. You still feel that same anger from that same day. You know, however, you just get to that point where you know how to control that energy that comes in. When it comes in, oh, there it comes. All right, yep, this is what it is. Now you ever talk, if you do the due diligence, you're able to divert it in the right way to where you're using that energy to teach those who have not experienced that. So you're able to give them that energy in a healthy way. So when they feel that, they take that in, it hit them where it needs to hit.
Right.
And when the situation come up, you know, they at least know to make the decision. You know, I can kind of give, you know, maybe some leeway to individuals who've never been through it. However, now that I'm getting more experience in my life, I comprehend that we always got the intellect. We always got the internal of DNA. It's always ingrained to make that right.
It's in you.
It's always in you. But we just be scared to make that decision because of that peer pressure of the moment.
Absolutely.
Society.
You know?
Absolutely.
So I say that to everybody, being a young folk, being in this, crystal baby and whatnot. Hey, look, trust your intellect, trust what's in your DNA. Trust the experiences of those who came before you. See things for what they are. Even if you're a child, you don't comprehend it. Ask questions, and if you can't ask questions to those who close to you, seek knowledge from those who you've seen, who display, and you have experienced firsthand, unbeknownst to them. Because I say it like that. A lot of people that you go and seek knowledge from, you never know. They could use that information. Okay, they could use that moment against you and try to manipulate that situation. So be careful who you seek guidance from, or just seek counsel from. Pay attention to people pay attention to people from a bird's eye view and see, what they do and how they move. Not what they say. Don't pay attention to what they say. Pay attention to what they do.
That's right.
Check their actions.
Check their actions, exactly. And then you base that on whether or not you can seek counsel, or at least get some advice. And then go from there. Because, man, I done been around people who, I done had a chance, situation where I'll go and try to get some advice and whatnot, have a conversation with that person, then surely not even 24 hours later, they try to use that moment against you to try to, manipulate, what they want you to do in that moment. So
and make you weak.
Exactly, because they think that because you've been vulnerable to them, opening up to them, they can use that situation against you.
Right.
Or
you don't get wrong. People don't. What you say, Noah?
Sorry, I said, or they gave you a piece of advice, and now you're indebted to them in some way.
Exactly. So don't be scared to be. I say that don't be scared to be vulnerable and open up.
Absolutely.
You opening up and getting them emotions in check and get your intellect, in order. It's nothing bad. It's nothing bad. It's required. And if somebody try to use that against you because you took that moment to, do that, whether in front of them, around them, or with them, that's gonna come back on them. That's not gonna come back. That's their karma they gotta deal with. I ain't sure. Right. You deal with what you needed to do. Keep looking forward and doing what's required of you for you to be your best self for source. So when you go back and you leave this, you ain't gotta come back. When you transition on, you go on to your next mission. You can review. Oh, I did this, this, and this. Oh, you know what? That was the bonus right there. That was a little extra credit. So I did that too. All right, I can transition on. And whoever later down the line call upon me, they need my guidance. I'm able to come at them whole and true and steer it in the right way. Because why? As we know now, when you create, when you pass on your lineage here in this realm, you always tie it. So you never know what point in existence you may get caught upon from your future self, your distant self, somebody who attached to you, or just somebody who has shown that they have that that love, dedication, that connection with you, even if they're not blood tied to you. So, and you may have somebody who like that call upon you, and because they show that same spiritual connection, they have that spiritual growth that you was on. They may be the ones who need to speak to account.
Indeed.
So you gotta just be prepared, and you gotta be preparing for that, and keeping that in mind as we going through this time, going through this existence. Because it's gonna end, and I would rather be able to go through this point and comprehend what I needed to do and go forward. So I don't go back into that spell of being lost. Because we done been lost long enough. We done did this too many times. We done been through this enough. And we're at that period now to where it's time to wake up, and it's time to, do what we need to do.
Transition.
Exactly. That's
Indeed.
it,
Indeed. Let me give you your clap.
Thanks for that, Antoine. That was
Yeah.
beautiful.
Thank you for sharing and, just keeping it real with folks. Child, I can just slap the hell out of my neighbor. I heard a lawnmower, and so I'm looking at through my camera his contrast done started up the lawnmower. Oh, he just parked it. Child, I can't make this the fuck on up. Between the one neighbor with the chickens and then the other neighbor, I'm the Beverly Hillbillies over in this in this MF. But
country.
Huh?
I said you in country.
Yeah, and I literally live in the city. But thank you, nephew Nuwa. I mean, only other thing I want to put on it, and then we're gonna get up out of here, fam, is that when you're deciding to be with someone in a relationship, a serious relationship, you got to get to know people. You have to get to know people at that spirit and soul level. You're gonna have to take the time / energy to really see where their frequency is at. And if we're honest with ourselves, a lot of times people be so on a low level, you can knock their motherfucking ass out with one conversation, 2, maximum 3. You're like, oh, 3 strikes, your ass is out of there. But you have to take the time to do that. It's a must. Especially when you're talking about building families with people. You have to have those tough conversations at the beginning of your relationship. When y'all decide to start getting serious, you have to have those tough conversations about family. You got to discuss, your values, how you want to raise the children. If you have a blended family, what's the lines regarding that family? Because if you have a blended family, some people, your mate would be like, well, I'm their step parent, this, that, and the other. And that may not be what you want. You got to have these conversations beforehand. You got to discuss finances. You got to know how even their particular family dynamics move. We have to take the time to do those things. And to be honest, I'm still ain't saying that's no guarantee. I done been there, done that, got the t-shirt. Because people be knowing what the fuck page you on. Y'all done had this motherfucking agreement. But folks think for whatever reason that somebody's motherfucking playing with their monkey ass. And that you gonna sit up and let them pull the fool card on you. And like, nephew Antoine said, you gotta correct that motherfucking shit. I ain't staying in shit to save face. No, that would be a no, sir. So we have to be honest with ourselves. Because you are accountable for your life. You are accountable for your children's lives.
It's a serious thing.
This is serious business.
Yeah.
No more excuses. The planet don't want to hear it. I certainly in the fuck don't want to hear it. So let's grow up and get to business. And if you're not going to do that, just shut up about it. Keep getting what you get. So with all that said, y'all, I know we only got a very little bit into the topic tonight, but in our defense, it had to roll this way. So I'll see how next week is going to roll out, whether or not Brother Odell's going to be able to come back, or if we're going to get back into the American Revolutionary War. So thank you for the family chat, YouTube chat. A lot of good conversations were had in the chat. And even the conversations where I had to go in, I don't take back not 1 ounce. Let's be clear. I don't take back anything I said. I said what I said, and I meant what I said. I don't negotiate on values and principles. I'm not here to coddle anyone. It is what it is. Okay? All right. And thank you for the YouTube family for watching as well. We do appreciate you all's support. Thank you, Brother Odel, for again coming on your time schedule and sharing this with us. We really do appreciate all that you do. So with that said, fam, we are going to be back next week. And I wish everyone well. Have a good one. And thank you to my panel. I love you all very much. So thank you to my co-hosts. Love you all. So with that said, we are going to rock out with the closing. And I always say that, child, I don't remember what the hell I named stuff. So here it is. Anyway, love y'all, fam. Peace and love.